Hello and welcome to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. My name is Tim Murphy and with me is my co-host Captain Ben. We're coming to you live from the Freedom Factory, the home of Cletus McFarland, and we're about to start the top 64 battles in the second round of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Today you're going to witness the best drivers from across the U.S. as well as drivers from Canada and Dominican Republic try to battle their way through the competition. So guys, watch closely. You don't want to miss the action. Those of you that are in attendance here at the Freedom Factory, be sure to spread the word that the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series is live streaming the top 64 competition this afternoon. Tickets and the link to the live stream can be found at baldeagle.com under the events tab. And with that being said, we're about to begin shortly. But before we do, my co-pilot Captain Ben, are you going to give us an idea of what the judges are expecting today?
Right, and to put it simply, they want the lead driver to try to make the 100 qualifying run that we saw earlier. We saw over 70 competitors qualifying. We whittled it down to 61 spots. And the 3 drivers are actually going to get by runs. So now the drivers that are going to be competing in the top 64 bracket, the lead driver needs to go ahead and try to make a 100-point qualifying run in the lead position. The chase driver basically has to follow him wherever he goes. But then that's where things may get a little tricky. You may have some drivers that may not necessarily be able to accomplish the 100 qualifying run. So the chase driver needs to be able to adapt to that. They need to be able to sort of foresee that happening and then make adjustments because they could mess up and they could wipe out or spin out. So all of the judging criteria that we saw earlier is still going to take into effect, be in play for the top 64 bracket.
Right. So it's important for you guys that are watching. If you're just tuning into the competition, if you didn't watch the top 64 qualifying, there's some interesting turn of events. I mean, we had some engine failures. One of the drivers that we usually are expecting to see in a top 64 battles, Connor O'Sully, suffering a blown engine, right? So unable to compete in the top 64 battle. So you guys, we can see down at the track, we're getting ready to line up our first battle for the evening. These drivers are locked and loaded, ready to go. And this is make it or break it for these drivers. These drivers need to take out the competitor in order to come back here tomorrow and battle out for that number 1 position. So who we got in the line to warm the tires? I believe that's Torno.
And Christian Catron.
Christian Catron in the new chassis. A lot of the drivers out here today sporting not just new liveries, but also new builds. So it's interesting to see how these drivers adapt and overcome. One most notably comes to mind is Cletus McFarland, the Freedom Factory himself, unable to make it in the top 64, battling a new chassis and just not able to put down a qualifying score. We know he's going to be back and bigger, better than ever, but right now we're getting into the battles. Christian Catron he's going to be give chase, and Lucas Torno will be leading.
All right,
I'm sorry. I take that back.
Right, Lucas Torno. Yeah, Lucas Torno is going to be the lead, and
right.
Christian
Catron
Catron
is going to give chase.
Right. And one of the important things is that the lead driver going into the first turn has to ride away. So if the chase driver impedes the lead driver's initiation at any point, the chase driver will be at fault.
Oh, and away they go. It's the first battle of the top 64 Klutch Kickers. 2. Here we go. Lucas Torno going right into that first outer zone. Wow. Major correction there in the chase position by Christian Catron. We'll see how that plays out. Both drivers making their way into that second outer zone. Lucas Torno doing a good job trying to fill out that second outer zone. Christian Catron running the line. Almost collision with Lucas Torno taking out that inside clip. Whoa. Some major mistakes in the chase position there by Christian Catron.
Right, and I think the biggest fault on Christian's end is that he wasn't expecting Lucas to have that speed and have that much angle. As you see here, Lucas Torno working his way in the outer part of the outer zone 1. Flicks it very well through interclip number 1. Doing a good job there, but here we go. As you see Christian Catron, that's where the trouble begins. Then outer zone number 2. Barely any smoke coming out of that car. Very straight. Knocks out that interclip. Maybe potentially off track there, Christian Catron. So, I mean, it's very unfortunate for Christian.
Major corrections in the chase position. Lucas Torno seems like he's doing a good job in the lead position. And Ben, as you mentioned earlier, the job of the lead driver is to put down that 100-point qualifying run throughout the track. The chase driver, his job is to mimic that lead car, use him as a mobile clipping point. So whatever that lead car does, you do. If the lead car goes offline, you got to follow him, right? That's what the judges are looking for.
Indeed. And I think another thing that really threw Christian off is the bump going into the first turn. You saw the sparks flying off, and it really unsettled the car. So it took him a bit to get settled, and then once he was there, he was in good form, but then just outer zone 2, that's where he really struggled.
All right, here we go. They're switching positions, and all or nothing. Will he go home for the weekend? Or will Lucas Torno make a major mistake in the chase position? So far, both cars look pretty dialed in. Lucas needs to close that gap. He may be playing it safe. He knows he has the advantage over Christian Catron going into the second half of this battle. But playing it too safe may cause a major mistake in inactive chase as well. Both drivers making their way off the track. Give it up for our first battle of the top 64.
So this is an example of 2 different cars, 2 different builds with different speeds. And you see here, Christian Catron evidently quicker than Lucas Torno. Lucas Torno falling back a little bit at the exit of outer zone number 1. You see here, now he's struggling to kind of catch up. Christian Catron on the outer edge, scraping a little bit of dirt off of that start of outer zone number 2. And you see Lucas just kind of like struggling throughout the whole way, just kind of to keep up.
But was he playing it safe, right? Here comes to the mental preparation, or it comes down to like, what's your game plan? When you're on the advantage, do you want to force a bad situation, or do you want to kind of play it safe? Playing it too safe can work against you, and it can become that inactive chase. The judges are looking for that chase driver to apply that pressure. And if he's sitting way, way too far back in the pocket, that could hurt him. I don't think that's the case here. I think Lucas Torno did a good job from the follow-up position. But, hey, let's see what happens. Judges are putting in their votes right now. So let's, as you can see, you got Christian Catron on the left, Lucas Torno on the right. And it looks like angle judge, Lucas Torno, style judge, Lucas Torno. That's all he needs. Lucas Torno's going to advance on to the top 32. Give it up for Lucas Torno. Christian Catron, unfortunately, calling it a weekend. It is unanimous there with the final line judge. Speaking of judges, who are our judges today?
Our own Will Parsons, Jeremy Love, and D. Wayne Ramsey.
All drivers, years of experience. 50 years, over 50 years experience between the 3 of them.
Yeah,
Will Parsons. I want to go ahead and thank our sponsors. $100,000 Drift Series brought to you by BC Racing, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal, ECU Masters, Haltech, Champion Racing Oil, Ignite Race Fuel, Drift HQ, Conseil Wheels, Tire Streets, Fuel Lab, Doucheworks, and Radium Engineering. We want to thank the sponsors so much. I also want to give a shout out to Mike Castleberry and his crew. Mike Castleberry just dedicated to this series, and it shows by the way they run the event.
So coming up now, we have Steve Bergstrom going up against Andrew Maurer.
Right, so Steve's going to go ahead and lead. Andrew's going to give chase, I believe.
350Z battle.
There you can see the light going, and here we go. Steve out front. Andrew's got the initiation. Both drivers into the first outer zone. Andrew's going to try to close that gap as they make their way through that first outer zone. A little shallower through that first outer zone, trying to gain that proximity is Andrew Maurer. It looks like Steve's done a pretty good job of trying to fill those outer zones as they make their way through the final zone. Past that final side clip, a lot of angles. Andrew right there with them. Not too bad. Man, those cars are really close to the color scheme there, aren't they?
Yeah, indeed. And you see Steve going in with a lot of speed and aggression. And Andrew Maurer sort of having to catch up a little bit at the start of outer zone number 1. You see Steve on outer zone number 1 just going on the deep end. Very good job there. Andrew trying to close that gap as Steve just works his way through outer zone number 2. Could have been a little bit farther out, but over here we take notice Steve kind of wavers on the transition to the final inner clip. Yeah, but so, I think for the most part, it's pretty good.
Yeah. So you guys, if you're here live in attendance or you're at home, you can go see the live bracket. Go ahead to the ClutchKickers.com website, the $100,000 Drift Series, and the live bracket will populate there. That way you guys can stay up to date. You will have to continue to refresh the page as the competition goes, but at least you can stay up to date on who's coming next and who won or lost if you're joining us later on in the event. If you have to go step out, hey, just make sure you just update that bracket. You'll be able to see if your favorite driver is going in. But here we go. Both drivers are switching position. Andrew out front. Steve going to give chase. driver really has the major advantage over the other. Let's see as both drivers make their way through that first outer zone. Steve's going to close that gap. It seems like he's doing a good job trying to pull his zone, get tight. Whoa, dropping a tire. Okay. Now, did that call? Did Steve see that tire drop and think that he was?
I think the argument would be did Andrew slow down significantly with that third drop. Well, let's take a look back at the replay as both drivers see Andrew doing a great job of being on the outer edge of outer zone number 1. Steve struggling a little bit, dropping a little bit of third. But here we go. What happens here as Andrew transitions, drops the tire, but I don't know.
That's hard to call. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in the driver's seat, everything is going so quick, right? You're making these split-seconds decisions, and was that drop of a tire? Did it, like right here, you see? Oh, not there. That's the first outer zone as they make their way. But as you see in the second outer zone, if you're watching the replay at home, both cars are going to flick it into that second outer zone, and Andrew drops the tire right there. What impact, if any, caused Steve's spin? Watch our replay. Guys, even if you're here live in attendance and you want to see what's on the live stream, we're able to show you guys a replay over and over again. So if you're not sure exactly what's going on, watching live is great, but log on to baldeagle.com. Go ahead and get the live stream. That way you guys can see all the replays and really be able to see how the judges utilize the instant replay, the drone footage, bald eagle cam, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
The bald eagle cam that we got up in the sky in order to decide winners and losers.
I mean, you could argue that there was still enough space between Steve and Andrew for Steve to really kind of close in. He could have actually capitalized on that mistake that Andrew did to kind of gain that proximity that he was looking for.
Oh,
but
it looks like we do have a decision. If you slide him right for Andrew or slide him left for Andrew Maurer. Andrew Maurer is going to take the win. Unfortunately, Steve has to call it a weekend. Andrew Maurer advancing on to tomorrow's competition in the top 32 guys. Looks like next we have Neal and Ethan Parnell.
Do I?
know Parnell.
Oh, okay.
And you should know Parnell as well, right?
I'll make a note of it.
Please do. All right, Ethan Parnell is going to lead. He is the higher of the two qualifiers. Neal will give chase. Those of you that are unfamiliar with the way the grid system works, the higher qualifier of the matchup is going to lead first, and the lower qualifier will chase first. And then they will go around, do their run, and change positions, and go at it again. Looks like the light's ready to go. Daniel doing a good job of trying to stay right there with Ethan. He almost on Ethan's score. Daniel very aggressive from the chase position. Ethan better get away from Ethan if you want to take him. But Daniel moving forward, but too much. The chase position.
I think he got too comfortable. He did. Yeah, he saw what he was able to accomplish going into the first outer zone. But then when he came down to outer zone number 2, he got too carried away. But let's take a look. Ooh, just inches away as they go going into outer zone number 1, transitioning into inner clip 1. Good job there. But that's where Neal just loses it. Ethan Parnell just needed to just carry on and finish the run, and he does so.
So now, unfortunately, Neal sitting on a deficit. Ethan Parnell walking into the second half of this battle, what appears to be an advantage.
Look at that.
Yeah, very nice, very aggressive in the chase position. I think I give props to Neal, just a little too aggressive, and it came back to bite him. But great job. Win, lose, or draw. I know Daniel's going to be back next time. Maybe have to go against Ethan Parnell next time, right?
Who knows? I mean, the battle isn't over yet. They're going to switch sides now. And
anything can happen. One thing you know about the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series is anything can happen. Ethan Parnell will chase the appears to be on an advantage as they work their way through the track. But as we see before, Ethan Parnell coming in really hot in that chase position.
But
Daniel's Now was Daniel slowing down too much, right? So is it going to come down to, was it a correction from Daniel that caused Ethan to dive in too deep?
Well, it looked as though Daniel just got himself into a position where it was unchaseable. Look at that. He just dropped a tire and then, yeah, he was so offline. He needed to continue the drift on the outer edge, and he just went over-rotated, you could argue, and then just went straight through and went off track. So, whoa, look at that. Catching some air there.
Let's see what happens as the judges are starting to deliberate, watch this replay over and over again. It looks like we still have Ethan out there. That's not good. If Ethan takes the advantage here, one good thing is he has the night to make the repairs to his car.
Exactly.
So if Ethan Parnell does advance here, he's able to have all night long to work on the car, get it back to 110%, to come back tomorrow. If he takes his victory in the battle against the top 32, or maybe not.
We shall see.
There you go. As you can see, our three judges, Jeremy Lowe, Dwayne Ramsey, and Will Parsons, are unanimous. Ethan Parnell will advance on to the top 32 battle tomorrow in the Clutch Kickers round 2, season 3 of the $100,000 drift series.
I was just thinking, this is one of the things that people expect, is that simple track layout, close, fierce, competitive games.
You're exactly right. So that's one of the things. If you guys are joining us here and maybe you were expecting them to run the bank, well, Clutch Kickers is utilizing the Freedom Factory thanks to Cletus McFarland and changing up the layout every event. And what that does to the driver is it gives them just a different, they have to come up with a different plan of attack. They have to decide if they're going to change the setup on their car. Are they going to air out the tires to get more traction? Or are they going to air up the tires? So it's really good to watch these drivers develop their cars and prepare for each, for each round. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and M62 powered BMW E30. Alberto going to go ahead and lead first. Reed is going to give chase. Reed, the number 56 qualifier. So we got BMW versus BMW. One powered by Toyota, one powered still by BMW, right? The V8 in that little E30. Let's see if he's going to be able to put that power to the wheels. Definitely the lower horsepower of the two cars.
Wait, which one?
The BMW E30.
Oh, okay. I was confused. You're saying BMW.
I know. There's a whole bunch of BMWs out here today. It's a proven chassis. Here they go. Alberto out front. Whoa. Restart. If you guys are here in attendance, if you look to the right there, you see that flashing yellow light right in front of you. That is the restart light. If for any reason the track official deems a restart necessary, he will light up that light. Drivers will shut it down and go back for the restart. Nobody's at fault, right? There is no punishment. It's just, hey, something wasn't right. Let's go back and add it again.
But there will be a punishment if they restart 3 times.
Depending on the driver, right?
Exactly.
Correct. See Zach right there.
I'm going to have you guys pull up a little bit.
One of the masterminds behind the Clutch Kickers behind the scene. Here we go. Alberto out front. Way in the back. Alberto just got to put a nice run down. Right now, he's way out front. Alberto's popping the tire and Reece spinning out. Alberto still has to finish his run here, even though he's in the lead position. And Reece spun out. Qualified him to 0. Responsibility of the lead driver to complete his run without spinning and causing any other type of damage. So it looks like Alberto was able to get a full pull, and so far, it's pretty safe to assume now Nick Boost Alberto is going to have the advantage going into the second half of the battle.
Yeah, I'm wondering what happened to Reed at the start. Did he fall asleep or?
I don't know. You know what? Some of these cars actually start off in second gear.
Oh.
And I think he may be one of those drivers that's starting off in second gear, and sometimes it causes an issue if they're not tight enough. They're bogging, maybe it's misshifting. Any one of a million things can happen at the start line that can cause just that split-second error to give the other driver the advantage.
Right. And then it could also be another example of a power difference. You see big boost just getting into boost and just taking off, and Reed just struggling, and it was just too much, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, hopefully, whatever happened, we're not going to get a repeat on the second half of this battle. We want to see a nice hard-fought battle, nice close tandems. That's what this layout's going to provide for the spectators. But here we go. Reed is going to lead. Alberto Big Boost Rosa is going to get chased. And away they go.
And where is...
Restart light is off again.
Okay.
That's a much brighter restart light than last time.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I mean, that's and as the sun starts to set, it's definitely going to be easy for the drivers to see. I think we've had some issues in the past where the driver's not noticing the restart light, doing full laps, unfortunately wasting tires. But hats off to Zach. I think he handmade that. That's a handmade restart light.
Oh, okay.
Made with love. And away they go. Okay, we're restarting again. In the lead is Mr. Reed McGibney with that BMW M62 powered V8. W30 and Alberto Big Boost getting chased. Reed out front, pretty good. Alberto's got to close that gap as they make their way around. He still has to chase down Reed. Reed way out wide as they make their way through that first outer zone. Clipping past that inside clip, back into the second outer zone. Alberto doing a good job just trying to stay right there with Reed. He does have to Alberto makes a mistake, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Reed, I'm sure he's not happy with himself. Doing a great job. This is Reed McKinney's first competition. Not just at Clutch Kickers' first competition. So hats off to Reed for putting on a great show.
Yeah, and hats off to Alberto for being cautious with the power difference. He was well aware of it, so he gave Reed the advantage to kind of take off from the start line, give him that space, so that way then he could kind of reel him in throughout the course. But you see Reed making some mistakes, not as much of a mistake Alberto did. He didn't do as much of a mistake as Reed did.
Right.
And I think it's pretty obvious what's going to happen here.
Yeah, but we still got to wait for the official decision from the judges. You see, got a quick glimpse of Mike Cassavary to this. But here we go. We got slide him left for McKinney, slide him right for Albert Rosa. And Big Boost Rosa taking the win, unanimous. And we will see him tomorrow in the top 32 competition of round 2 of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Guys, please go ahead, log on to Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series and just get on that bracket, right? Continue to refresh it, stay up to date on what's going on. Up next, we have Dirk Stratton and Brian Bocha. Dirk Stratton in that Lincoln Felter, Oracle Lighting, Chevy Corvette, and you're going to get to see, well, I don't know. I mean, if he takes home the win, we're not going to see that light. I wish he would turn the light on. Huh? That Oracle Lighting graphic on the side of Dirk Stratton's car lights up, and at night, it's just a beautiful thing to watch.
Oh, okay. So a nightlight show in a way, right?
Yes, kind of like a nightlight.
Oh.
Here you go. In the lead, Brian Bocha, and in the chase, Dirk Stratton. Dirk Stratton able to come back after poor performance on the first round of qualifying. Here we go. Brian Bocha definitely in the horsepower car. Dirk Stratton known to be very aggressive in the chase position, and there he is, right there with Brian as they make their way through that first outer zone. Upslope car of Brian. Dirk Stratton staying right there with him. Brian doing a great job of running a nice solid lead one. Both drivers coming off Dirk Stratton both together, getting a little scary at the end there. Like
yeah, exactly.
Contact, but no, he was able to control it, keep it under, pull it off the track, no problem.
Right, so let's take a look here as Brian Bocha just goes in wide, goes to the outer edge of outer zone number 1. It looks as though I did see a puff of dirt go up, but in any case, it didn't really phase him that much. Dirk Stratton right there with him along the way as they both find themselves midway through the course of outer zone number 2, but it did get a little hairy there, a little icy towards the end, but they both made it through.
You know, it's interesting because, okay, we're looking at the screen, and, okay, so Brian Bocha was the higher qualifier, qualified 24th. Dirk Stratton qualifying 41st, but overall, Dirk Stratton had the highest qualifying score, I believe. correct me if I'm wrong. But he didn't make the first round of qualifying. So the top 40 drivers in that first round of qualifying get those top 40 spots. So even if Dirk scored a perfect 100, he's still, best he can do is 40 points. But he is out here to prove that he is a force to be reckoned with. Dirk Stratton coming in hot in that first outer zone, filling out completely that first outer zone. Brian doing a great job in that G35 sedan, staying right there with Dirk Stratton. Dirk Stratton put it down, champion of the lead run. Brian right there with him. Transition, give it up for Brian and Dirk Stratton.
Oh boy.
Wow. That was, I was really impressed with Brian's performance right there.
Indeed. I mean, how can you complain against that? Dirk Stratton doing a great job in the lead position, putting the car where it needs to be to give himself theoretically a 100-point qualifying run. But Brian, although he did sort of lose a little bit of ground through the infield of inner clip number 1, but back at it again at outer zone number 2. And
very impressive. Is this going to be a David and Goliath scenario?
Oh,
right?
I don't know.
Is Brian going to be able to take out Dirk Stratton? When you watch a run like this, especially with the replay, it's great. You can watch it over and over again on live stream. But, it's going to come down to, okay, Brian had a great chase, and Dirk had a great chase. But now maybe we compare lead run to lead run, right? You definitely see Dirk Stratton had a higher scoring lead run, if you want to call it that, right? A high qualifying lead run. Brian, a little shallow in the outer zones, did a great job, very smooth through his transitions, but the judges got to take that into consideration. Yes, it was a great chase by Brian with the lesser horsepower car, but how is his lead run compared to Dirk Stratton's?
I mean, that's a good comparison as we see here. So we're taking a look at the side-by-side. You see both drivers doing a good job on outer zone number 1, out on the outer edge. Both of them hit it. The inner clip 1 pretty good. Now, here's where the difference lies. Dirk Stratton further out on outer zone 2. Brian midway through midline through outer zone number 2.
That was an amazing battle in the top 64. Already in the top 64, we're getting some world-class battles. Amazing. We've got some of the best drivers from around the world coming here to compete in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. But it looks like the judges have made a decision. And there you have it. Dirk Stratton is going to go ahead and take the win and be in the top position. Wow, he just jumped on the heads out, but I guarantee you he's going to have his eyes on Brian next round.
Right.
Not somebody, Brian has proved himself to not somebody to be taken lightly.
And had it to him. I mean, the fact that you can argue that it wasn't a comparable build compared to Dirk Stratton, but he held his own.
He did. He absolutely did. So right now we have Josiah Lubier, and he's a 25th qualifier. He's going to lead, and Thomas Muller, the number 40th qualifier from Sarasota, is going to be giving chase. Josiah joining us and making the drive down to battle it out in today's competition. So it's always great when we see these out-of-state drivers and out-of-country drivers come and battle it out. But here we go. Josiah. It doesn't look like it worked out in his favor, but Josiah coming in really hot through that first outer zone. Thomas has got to get back in the groove. He had a shaky start right out the gate. It looks like he's really up there. Analyze this run. That the chase drivers allowed a roll start in order to try to keep that proximity. They played to Thomas's disadvantage.
Right, but I think what happened was that Thomas kind of let off, not expecting Josiah to kind of take off. But see, that's part of the game. Is like you got to time it right. You can't get overzealous. You can't get carried away. And if you find yourself in a bad position where like you got to let off, your competitor is going to go and take advantage of that. And I think that's what happened. Josiah just took off from there, and Thomas was just playing catch-up throughout the rest of the course.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot goes through your mind as you're sitting there at the start line. I tell you many times, I've heard drivers at the start line have a game plan, right? And then as soon as that light turns green, everything is just blown out the door, and they revert back to what their instincts tell them. So unfortunately, it looked like if Thomas was trying to roll start that in order to keep that close proximity to Josiah, it worked against him here. So,
and there was no restart.
And there was no restart. So right now, it's looking as Josiah has the advantage going into the second half of this battle against Thomas Muller. So we'll see what happens. Thomas is going to lead. Josiah is going to give chase. Josiah, his job right now is to apply all that pressure on Thomas as Thomas works his way around the track. Thomas Muller, you got to put down that 100-point qualifying run, my man, or you may be packing it in. All right, Thomas flicking in that first outer zone. Josiah trying to close that gap. Get right in there. Whoa, Josiah.
But it doesn't matter.
Oh.
There's a restart.
Oh, there's a restart. Oh, see, look at that.
I know you got carried, but that's okay.
All right, so what you guys saw doesn't count. And where's that supposed to
Okay, now it matters.
Now it matters. Now it matters. That might possibly be oil on the track. We're going to try to get some words back from the track to see exactly what happened.
All right, so I think what happened is Thomas took off before the end of the light extinguishing, so that triggered the restart. And then at that point, it was just, I mean, at that point, that run didn't matter, but then all of a sudden, it looked as though Thomas Muller suffering a major mechanical failure.
Right. So now we got the track officials out there inspecting the track. Did he put oil on the track? If he put oil on the track, we're going to have to clean that up.
I didn't want to hear that.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break while they assess the track conditions, so we'll be right back.
like an adult when I'm drifting with older people. The drivers out here, it's because of them that I'm so good. I take like all the style of the different drivers and I put it into my own style, and that's what makes me the driver that I am right now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass my top 64, so I was against Eric Conklin. The lead run, it went really well. I was like on my line, I had a lot of angle, I was fast. Unfortunately, on my tandem, I was a bit too low, so unfortunately, like I hit a bump and it made my car spin out, and we maybe think that since I hit someone, the bash bar moved back and it hit the tire when I was turning, so maybe that's what happened, but we're not sure. But I spun out, unfortunately. Banks are really cool. I love banks, but since here there's like very low power cars and very high power cars, I'd say it's a very good thing that there's no bank, because it's like fair for everyone. It'll be like a better show because we'll do tandem and we'll be able like to stick it on the door easily. So if ever I win the $10,000, if I win one round, I think that most of the money will go back to my dad for all the money that he spent on the car, and we might put like a portion of that money towards like just some upgrades on the car, so I could come stronger the next year.
Hey, my name's Josiah. I'm from Trenton, Ontario, Canada, and I've been drifting for 7 years. I was an FD Pro Spec driver, and now I'm taking the season off to do clutch kickers for the 2022 season. Last year I did one round of clutch kickers and got hooked, so now I'm doing the full season. My car is a 1997 240SX with a 440 LSX engine. We run BC Racing coilovers, Accelera tires, and FTF Race Shop suspension. I'm the owner of FTF Race Shop. We build racing suspension for drift cars, race cars. I'm excited to run with all my friends and previous pro drivers, Dirk, Stratton, Alec, Honadale, Nate Hamilton, all the guys. It's going to be a blast. Shout out to Fat Mac Industries for building a sick engine for the car. You guys are going to hear it going around the bank. Shout out to Fat Mac Industries, Cosmos Racing, and 144 Prince House and Tire Streets for all of the help and support for our season. You can check me out at on Instagram, Josiah Fillets, FDF Race Shop, and Josiah Fillets on Facebook as well.
Track, those of you that are watching on the live stream, as you can see, some oil or some kind of liquid that made its way onto the track. So the track officials, unfortunately, we're going to have to clean it up. We don't want to have to worry about that causing an issue with the front tires of, for the next driver that's going through. We want to make sure that the track is prepped for the next driver and they have all the grip that they need in order to either lead or chase. But I do want to mention, those of you guys that are here live in attendance, this is the last call for concessions. If you guys thirsty, hungry, this is the last call for concessions, those of you guys that are here. So make your way over to concession stand. This is the last call. But with that being said, Ben, so far, we're early into the top 64 battle. What moment so far sticks out in your head?
Brian and Dirk.
I agree.
Brian and Dirk, that was great. It was you didn't expect it at first, but then all of a sudden Brian just came back for the attack in the chase position, and commendable effort on his part.
Right, and it goes down to what has been the theme of Klutch Kickers. Klutch Kickers has been known to be an event where the grassroots drivers can come in and take out a pro competitor, right? We've seen it in the past. So the different layouts, like this layout being a slower speed layout, is able to provide the opportunity for those lower horsepower cars to stay in that pocket and apply the pressure to try to edge out a victory over the more, the more horsepowered car of, in this instance, Dirk Stratton, and came close to taking a victory from him. Right.
Right. And you have to you have to take into consideration that a lot of these builds, they can't get too crazy. They can't go for crazy horsepower because at some point it's going to go up against a car that doesn't even have half of that. Right. But you're looking at the screen here, you see on the left Dirk Stratton in the chase position, Brian on the right side in the chase position, and it's great to see both of them just side by side.
Yeah, these are the kind of battles we want to see. We want to see that David and Goliath scenario, right? The higher horsepower car getting, not taking an easy victory, right? That lower horsepower, just giving the man a run for his money. It was Dirk was able to pull away with the victory. But, yeah, I agree with you. That was definitely one of the highlights so far. And we're very early into the top 64 competition. The weather has been phenomenal. It's hot, it's sticky, but it's dry, and that's what we want.
No, we don't want a repeat of what happened in the previous round.
No. Those of you guys that if you weren't here or you don't know, the weather was horrible. It's just... Unfortunately, it's been almost a staple of the Klutch Kicker series, right? I mean, we have shirts that have tornadoes on it because we had tornadoes during an event, right?
It was an event within the event.
Yeah, it was an event within an event. I mean, we just have weathered through some storms, and we're still here, right? We're going stronger, and with the help of Cletus McFarland, there you go. We got our top 64 lineup. Taylor Ray had a buy run. Rad Dan had a buy run as well. I believe Adam LZ's got a buy run, and Chelsea Denofa. All those drivers got a buy run. They're automatically in a top 32 competition, and you will see them tomorrow. The good thing is they're able to kind of kick back, right? Tweak their car if they need to, go over some setups, or just, hey, go have a nice dinner early, right? Because we're going to be here for a while.
Or taking a look at the competition.
Right. Eyeballing the competition.
Right.
Seeing who they might have to go against.
Right, because I'm sure all the drivers are kind of looking at the bracket, trying to strategize, okay, well, I'm going to go up against this person's this amount of speed, and trying to see, like, okay, what tactics or what kind of adjustments do I need to do to be competitive against this individual.
Exactly, and as you can see, kind of working our way from top left across to the right. We've already gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we just had our 6th battle. So we do have quite a ways to go, right? We're not even a quarter through this top 64 bracket. So if you guys are just joining us, thank you for joining us on the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, coming to you from the Freedom Factory live. Thanks to Cletus McFarland and his crew. Thanks to Mike Castleberry and Cletus just coming together in order to provide this series for those drivers that are trying to develop their program and take it to the next level. That's what Klutch Kickers was for, right? It was designed for the drivers, by the drivers. And here we are at the Freedom Factory, bigger and better than ever, looking forward to the future for bigger and greater things.
So let me ask you, what problem areas do you see around the course for not only the driver in the lead position, but in the chase position?
I'm going to go over that in a second, but I think we have results. As you can see, our 3 judges are all in agreement. It looks like it's unanimous for Josiah. Lubier is going to advance on to the top 32. Unfortunately, Thomas Muller is going to have to call it a weekend. It looks like he's going to have a long few weeks ahead of him. He's got to figure that out. Hopefully it's not too major damage, but like you see, the tracks are the workers are out there cleaning up.
Right. And, applying the kitty litter and then picking it up.
Oh, okay. We just got word from the judges. Thomas Muller actually punching a hole right in the block.
Oh.
Not a good.
That must have hurt.
That's a bad strategy.
Oh, no. I mean, for sure.
No. Holes are good in donuts, but not in blocks. So we'll
put that on a shirt.
Yeah, I should put that on a shirt. Coin that phrase. Anyhow, so there you have it. Unfortunately, Thomas, he's got time to get ready for the next round, right? We've seen drivers change engines in the pit overnight at the Klutch Kickers. Remember last season at the Emerald Coast Dragway, we actually had a driver able to swap engines overnight and go from one day to the next day and able to compete. So that was exciting to watch. So anything can happen here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
You see a lot of crazy things happen in the pits.
Yeah, what happens in the pits stays in the pits. That's what I've been told, right?
Okay.
So I want to thank you, like I said before, joining the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. This is the 3rd season, and this is round 2. We have drivers that are entered in the championship points series, but not all these drivers are part of the point series, right? So it's interesting. But, we're going to go ahead and take – but as you can see, we got the track. They're trying to get that clear. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job getting it all dried up, so we can prepare for the next battle. But we're going to go ahead and I think we're going to do a little spotlight of Nate Hamilton while these guys are cleaning the track. So please enjoy.
All right, guys, what's up? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for about 14 years now. Grassroots to pro, to grassroots, to competing at Klutch Kickers. Owning and operating 144 Sprint House, as well as we're on the Guide to Create tour this year. This weekend, I'm in my S13. This is the chassis I used to drive pro in, so this is like the longest standing car I've ever been in. But it's an S13 with an S14 front clip. We have an LSX Golan motor in the engine, and then from there, BC shocks and Accelera tires. So I've watched the series grow from the very, very beginning, and the Castleberries have been doing everything they said they would, so I'm glad to watch the season grow. Competitively, I feel like this will be one of the gnarliest seasons with the most drivers. The Freedom Factory is for sure leveling up the series, so I'm excited to be here. The bank will be a challenge, and the infield should be fun. So we're going to basically run off the current settings we're at, see what happens. But we will do some shock settings and some spacers and other things for the bank. This season, I feel very free and fun, and I'm just very proud to be here. I have a young kid on the way, so my wife is pregnant, which is a huge blessing in my life. And so I just feel like I have a ton of energy, and I'm expecting to do really well. Thank you guys for watching. When you see this, just know that everybody here is working very hard. All the drivers, all the crews, and the organization. And so I think we're just proud to put on a show this weekend, and hope you guys enjoy.
Hey, listen, guys, we're halfway through the live feed. I know you're enjoying that drift in action. Check it out. We have Cletus, shirts, hats, sunglasses, whatever you need, cletusmcfarland.com. Go check it out. Let that freedom rip, brother. Thanks. Hey, listen, guys, we're halfway through the live feed. I know you're enjoying it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Alec Honadale here, the reigning champ of Season 2 Klutch Kickers. We'll be piloting the S14 for the first round. Same car, different look, and then we're over here at Freedom Factory for the first round. So I've been drifting for about 10 years now. I did FD for about 8 years. And then this is my second or third season of Clutch Kickers. So we've been doing this for a hot minute. We're used to it. The only thing you don't get used to is this hot-ass weather. So let's see if the car holds up, and if so, I hope we're able to put it on the podium. Depending on the rain, I'm hoping that it'll go good. I'm used to the rain. I don't want the rain, but we'll drive in it. And I've always liked the banked track. I haven't been on this track yet, so it'll be interesting. There's a lot of good guys out here. And I'll battle anybody. Everybody's on the same playing field. Once you come out here, you're stepping into the Warriors' cage. So really put me up against anybody. I'm down to have fun. I want to shout out to ISR Performance. They're on the door this year. They've been with me for 8 years now. Full Lock Automotive for getting the car ready, busting ass. We got Ignite Race Fuel and Magnuson Superchargers, Race Tech Seats. Everyone with me that's been making this happen, I appreciate it. Hey, fire out here. Yeah, saucy.
All right, and we're back, and you got a little glimpse of not just Nate Hamilton, which is going to be coming up shortly in a battle to come, but we also got to see the returning champion, Alec Honadale, which is going to be leading, coming up to us from Florida over in the Panhandle. I mean, you guys, he's at every Clutch Kickers event, and he's throwing down battle after battle, right? So it's exciting to see what's going to happen. Last round, unfortunately, threw his car into the wall. Wasn't able to really get the points he needed to be at the top of the points list for the championship series, but he's got a second chance here today. The number 8 qualifier, Alec Honadale, will lead this battle first, and he'll be followed by the 57th qualifier, Carlos Santos.
And as we mentioned earlier, Carlos Santos, he's here to see how he stacks up against some of the best, and he's going up against one of the best in his first battle over here in top 64.
So, and that's one of the things as a driver during qualifying. I've heard stories of some drivers actually play it safe, right, to try to place themselves in the bracket a certain way. I mean, you really got to be at a whole other level to be able to put yourself in that area. But ultimately, you want to qualify high, right? Because you qualify high, chances are you're going to go against the lower qualifier. Carlos Santos has his hands full with the returning champion in Alec Honadale. Alec Honadale gonna lead. Carlos gonna give chase. Alec Honadale in that yellow and black and pinkish S14. Multicolor, yeah. And Carlos Santos gonna chase. Here we go. Carlos right out the gate. It's very aggressive. Carlos can't touch that track, but unfortunately, way too inside. Drop the main tire. We've come to expect nothing less from him.
I mean, Alec, the way how he drives that car is savage.
It is.
It's just so much aggression, as you can see here. But
I think he needs counseling.
in any case, Carlos, though, unfortunately, he just didn't set himself up properly, and he just found himself just way too far inside and just had to shut it down as he went off track, that outer zone number 1. Alec Honadale just putting the car where he needed to be, and just, I mean, you see that, and you just think like, wow.
Right. That's you put down a clinic. Just a little too much for Carlos to try to keep up with there. That, you know, as odd as it sounds, the lead driver can apply a lot of pressure to that chase driver in the lead position.
Right.
Putting down a run like Alec Honadale did just now, and the amount of speed he's able to pull through a slower track, it just that chase driver, it gets in your head. You know you got to keep up. You know you got to do certain things in order to keep that proximity. But now we're going to switch. It's not unheard of to see a battle like this where the more experienced competitor like Alec Honadale make a major mistake. Anything can happen at the Clutch Kicker. So Carlos throwing it in the first outer zone. Alec Honadale kind of stand back a little bit, watching Carlos from behind, and here to go as they make their way. Wow, Carlos throwing a lot of people coming out of that first outer zone. Alec being calm, cool, collected in the chase position, keeping the gap about a car and a half as they make their way through that second outer zone. Getting through that second outer zone, taking out that inside slip. Alec dropping a tire, almost getting lost in the smoke a little bit there, but I think he maintained control.
Yeah, let's take a look back and try to figure out what happened here exactly. You see Carlos with a late initiation. I don't know. I think it might have been past the initiation point, but we'll have to see back on the replay. as we transition over to the inner clip 1. Both drivers there. Alec on the attack in the chase position. You see Carlos on the outer edge doing good, but then Alec drops tire and just sends all that grass to the start line. I hope the start line officials are okay over there, because what a shower.
All right, here you go. Judges have made a decision, and it looks unanimous. Well, it looked like Alec Honadale was going to win either way if you look at the pictures. But Alec Honadale is going to take the win. Alec Honadale is going to advance on to the top 32 competition we will see here tomorrow. All right, so he's kind of vindicated himself from last round, right? Last round, throwing the car into the wall, unable to make a full pull through the competition. And back here now, stronger than ever, and throwing down, moving himself on to the top 32 competition for tomorrow. And so our next battle is going to be Reece Conklin versus Lee Yearwood. If you're looking at the grid on the on the ClutchKickers.com and you're updating that bracket, the next battle was to be Nate Hamilton versus Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson, unfortunately, unable to make the repairs to his car.
Small correction. World famous Chris Jackson.
World famous Chris Jackson. That's a performance at Pompano Beach, Florida. Unfortunately, that's some mechanical damage. Was able to get qualifying points down, make it into the top 64, but just not able to get his car back together in time to go against Nate Hamilton. Going against a driver like Nate Hamilton, if your car is not 110%, you got your work cut out for you.
Indeed.
So unfortunately, but hopefully we'll see Chris Jackson back in that E30, my old E30, next time, or is in his other build that he's working on. But right now, our focus is down on the track. Lee Yearwood gonna lead. Reece Conklin gonna give chase. Lee Yearwood, with Mazda performance, very aggressive, very exciting driver. His consistency and watching him develop as a driver through the years it's been an amazing part to watch these drivers progress. All right, Lee Yearwood flicking into that first outer zone. Reece has got it. Oh, no! I spoke too soon. Did I jinx him? I don't know. Oh,
He
man.
just went in too hot.
Too hot. But that goes back to that aggressive nature that he has. Very aggressive driver. Sometimes comes back and bites you.
Now, here's the other potential dilemma, and that is that you're seeing the temperature change, and we've seen some tracks where the grip changes along with the temperature change. So last time we saw the Yearwood qualify, it was, I think, midday. Temperature was a little hotter, so now possibly maybe he wasn't expecting the grip change and found himself off the track.
Well, either way, Lee Yearwood sitting on a major disadvantage as they go into the second half of this battle. Reece Conklin is going to go ahead and lead. And here we go. Lee Yearwood is going to try to apply that pressure on Reece. Can he force a mistake at Reece as they make their way through that first outer zone? Lee Yearwood right there with them, almost pushing around that first outer zone. Reece has got to hold it together and make his way through the track. But look at Lee diving in for the attack. Bumping, making his way.
Come on.
Reece doing a great job of maintaining composure, staying in drift. Give it up for Reece. Wow, definitely. Wow, Reece doing a great job.
I mean, Lee was just telling him, like, hey, buddy, speed up.
Wow, and then that can't bump and comp thing is kind of reigning true for Reece here. I wonder what's going to happen when we have Conklin versus Conklin.
We had to see that.
Know this for a long time, you'll get that, but those of you don't, we're just kind of playing words in the last names. But here you go.
Yeah, let's take a look exactly how many times both of these drivers made contact. You see there, a little bit of contact there in outer zone number 1 as they transition over to inner clip 1. You see Lee Yearwood right there, but then it goes way too aggressive. First contact there, and then I think at that point, Lee Yearwood was just done.
No, but Lee Yearwood doing what he has to do to be aggressive. He knows he's coming back to the second half of the battle with a major deficit. He needs to force a mistake from Reece as they make their way throughout the track. And the only tool that Lee has in his pocket is super aggressive, right there, door-to-door, inches away, and trying to just kind of shake up the less experienced Reece Conklin as they make their way throughout the track.
I mean, I think it would have been phenomenal if Lee Yearwood would have been able to hold it, keep the drift going on outer zone number 2, even after making that contact. But oftentimes what happens is when the contact happens, the something messes up with the suspension or the steering, and then it just causes you to just straighten out.
Okay, so here's something that's interesting. It just caught my eye. We were in the judges' meeting earlier. There are certain areas throughout the track that the drivers are allowed to decel. For the most part, the judges are telling the drivers, you need to be on throttle, you don't need to be pressing on the brakes. We want you to not decel through certain zones.
Right.
What I noticed here, and I don't know, and I think that's what the judges, I'll ask for correction if I'm wrong. He's past the decel zone, and you see the left foot brake there. Is that going to be a deduction? We don't know.
Right, but we've mentioned before that left foot braking, you could utilize that to kind of correct the car, course correct the car, to put it into position. So the key thing is that was there a drastic speed variation as he applied those brakes?
Right. Did that cause the aggressive nature of Yearwood in the chase position to make that tap, or was it wasn't not considered a deceleration? We're watching slow motion, right? There's two totally different things, but it looks like the judges have a decision. Wow. So the judges are actually split. Jeremy Lowe awarding the victory to Lee Yearwood, but no, okay, sorry. Overall, Reece Conklin, judges unanimous. Reece Conklin going on to the top 32. I apologize, Jeremy. It's not my fault. I swear it. Reece Conklin going to join the competition. Unfortunately, Yearwood just too aggressive. That's his style, though, right? I mean, people are like, how can you have style drifting? Well, Lee Yearwood, he's got an aggressive style. Unfortunately, didn't pay out for him.
No, definitely not. And you'd hate to see it. He was looking good. And just, I mean, again, it just went too aggressive into the lead position, went off track, but then, again, try to maintain that aggressive style and just got into contact where he didn't want it to happen.
Yeah, but down at the track, we have, that's actually Nate Hamilton in the rent event of the Klutch Kickers, Zach, to be specific. I mean, he is on the track. I don't know what's going on, where maybe he's going to do his buy run because Chris Jackson was unable to repair his car, and that's who he was in a battle against. So we'll see what's going to happen. But, guys, I want to thank you guys for watching and tuning in. If you have friends that want to tune in to watch, make sure you share it at baldeagle.com. They can go ahead and watch the live stream. If you're not going to make it here tomorrow as well, hop on the baldeagle.com and sign up for the live stream. Help support the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
Wait, what?
What?
Wait.
Oh.
A rising from the grave.
A rising from the grave. I'm assuming Chris utilizing his 5-minute timeout. Yeah, I'm getting a correction. Chris calling a 5-minute timeout.
He made it.
And he made it back. So I stand corrected. Chris Jackson out there in the blue E30 getting ready to do battle against Nate Hamilton in a rent event of Klutch Kickers.
This is going to be interesting.
This is going to be interesting. Now, I know he had basically blown that turbo, it seemed like.
Okay.
There was a ton of smoke coming out of Chris Jackson's E30.
The wrong kind of smoke.
The wrong kind of smoke. No tires spinning, tons of smoke. So this is going to be interesting. All right. Can world-famous Chris Jackson take out Nate Hamilton?
Or will he take himself out?
One thing you can tell for sure, Chris Jackson, he's not afraid to play bumper cars around the track. You can tell by looking at the car.
Right. Pretty evident.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton, I don't know if he's ever gone against Chris Jackson, so he doesn't know what to expect. So this is going to be like, what can happen? And this is that roll of the dice that Klutch Kickers turns into.
Wild card.
A wild card. Anything can happen. Wow. So that's Chris Jackson's the 60th qualifier. Nate Hamilton be the number 5th qualifier. Nate Hamilton is going to lead first. Chris Jackson, world famous Chris Jackson, is going to give chase. Jackson Performance out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Nate Hamilton of 144 Print House. Both guys just staples in their local community when it comes to drifting and the drift community. I know Chris Jackson's on the crew, Jeff Jones.
Okay.
So he's always flying out wherever Jeff Jones is competing. You'll see Chris Jackson right there with him. And then Nate Hamilton, I mean, I can't go on enough about Nate Hamilton, and just, we got to meet his dad earlier. We got to talk to his spotter and everybody that was there, just coming together, and what he's been able to do to build that brand of 144 Print House is amazing. But here we go. Wait, is Jackson at the line?
He's there. He's just.
I think he's going to try to utilize that roll start.
Right.
Oh yeah, there he goes.
There he goes.
He's
Creeping up.
Start. Here we go in the roll. Nate Hamilton way in the back. Temple looks like he's down on power as they make their way through that first outer zone, but Chris Jackson starting to close that gap. Whoa, closing the gap as they come through that first outer zone. He's sticking right there with him pretty well. Diving in, but maintaining control. Whoa, straightening out. Nate Hamilton doing a good job of filling the outer zone. But Chris Jackson just kind of shutting it down, pulling out of the track there. I'm not sure what's going on now. I know he was. Is he running off a turbo? Is he just running on pure single cam M20 power? All by his lonesome. That poor single cam all by itself, no turbo to help him out.
I mean, you see Nate Hamilton just doing what he does and putting the car where it needs to be, and really has not much to worry about. But Chris Jackson, on a battle of his own, just trying to make a qualifying run and just has to shut it down by the end of outer zone number 2.
Yeah, but got to give up to Chris Jackson. I mean, he's coming out here. That car is beat and battered and just...
It looked like he was just going to straight line it towards Nate Hamilton.
I mean, it looks like a war machine. I mean, that thing looks like it's been put through the ringer. But here we go. They're going to change positions. Now Nate Hamilton sitting on the advantage right now. World-famous Chris Jackson. Can he put down a solid lead run? And will that cause Nate Hamilton to make a mistake? Now, Nate Hamilton is a driver in the chase position. We seen him go against Taylor Hole last round. Very aggressive.
Right.
But now, what's the game plan here? Right? He's got to know that Chris Jackson is down on power, and that car is just hanging on by a thread from what it seems like.
Exactly.
So, is he going to play it safe? Time will tell. We don't know.
All right.
But drivers look like they're ready. And Chris Jackson, he's going to lead. He's giving. Oh, looks like. All right.
No restart.
No restart. Jackson, very slow start. And Hamilton just staying there with him, not backing off. Both drivers making their way through that first outer zone. Kind of a mystery of a beginning to this. Whoa, Jackson, major correction. This doesn't seem like he has the power to keep it sideways. Boom. Taking out that cone. We don't need that cone. He's taking home a souvenir, and there you go. I think you can comfortably say Nate Hamilton is going to take the victory here. But, hey.
A valiant effort.
A valiant effort. Jackson's like, hey, listen, I can bow out and just say my turbo's bad. I'm not going to battle, but he did. He said, you know what? I'm here. I'm here to battle. I'll, run what you brung.
Right.
And he run what he brought, minus the turbo.
Right. I think Chris Jackson was looking promising leading up to outer zone number 2, but I think what happened was apart from the car issues, he just got too much angle going into outer zone number 2, and then that just killed his momentum. Right. And at that point, he couldn't get back on it because no power and just had to shut it down.
Yeah, no power. There you go. And it's unanimous. All judges in favor of Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton going to advance on to tomorrow's competition, the top 32 battles. I hope you guys join us once again tomorrow, whether it be live or whether it be online. Log on to baldeagle.com. Tell your friends to go ahead and join us. It's always better to be able, if you can't join us here, watch the live stream, because what does the live stream do? It helps the series grow, right? There's big payouts here, a lot of money on the line. Yep. And then you can enjoy uninterrupted, over-commentated live stream clutch kickers, and that's how it needs to be.
Right. Going back to the previous battle, I just feel like I was hoping for a Cinderella story and on the part of Chris Jackson, and just didn't work out. But
well, we're up to the next battle. Zendara Kennedy qualifying 21st. Jonathan Nairn, a 44th qualifier. Zendara Kennedy, not just a drift competitor. Also, she is a stunt driver, right? She's a stunt woman. She's actually most recently noted for her role in the Adam Project. She came out, she was the driver of the Bronco. If you guys haven't seen it on Netflix, it's a great movie, check it out. She was actually the driver of that blue Bronco as they're making their way through the forest. So Zendara Kennedy, a well-established stunt woman. Actually, from what I understand, we got to talk to her earlier. She suffered a pretty significant injury during one of the last jobs that she had. She had to recover quickly, but she's here. She persevered, she overcome, and now she's here to battle it out against Jonathan Nairn, which Jonathan Nairn we know to be one of the top competitors of the Clutch Kicker Series. And Zendara Kennedy, newer to the Clutch Kickers. This is her second round ever of the Clutch Kicker Series of competition. She seems like she's having a great time so far. She's proven to be a worthy competitor.
Right, and I think at this point, aside from the suspension change that Jonathan Nairn has done to prepare for this event, I gotta wonder if he's worried at any point. We're still thinking about what happened in the previous round where the tire defeated. And I mean, I'm sure he's gonna want to try to avoid that by making sure that the tire has enough pressure.
Right. Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we got to catch up with him in the pits, and he was almost like saying, hey, you know, my pressure really wasn't that low. I was not expecting deviate.
Exactly.
And if you didn't see last round of competition, Aaron, his tire defeated right by the first inside clip, causing him to spin right in the path of Sebastian Gutier and cause that collision. So unfortunately, also coming over at deficit in the first round of qualifying. So Jonathan may have some demons he's got to work out through that car. So, you know, Zendara, she's just got to put down that nice, solid qualifying lead run that we know she's capable. But up there we go, we have a restart light. So we're just going to back these drivers back up again. Man, that's right. I'm glad they can see that.
That's good. I think everybody here can see it.
Yeah. So once I guess mentioned before, Zendara, the number 21st qualifier, Jonathan Aaron, the 44th qualifier. Both drivers capable competitors, about ready to throw down. Zendara's going to lead. Jonathan will give chase.
I'm getting the thumbs up from Zach. And away they go.
And away they go. Zendara out front, trying to put a gap on Jonathan. Actually, like a gap. He wouldn't go into that first outer zone. But Jonathan closing that gap as they come out of that first outer zone. About a car behind. Whoa, little sparks out of the back of Zendara's car. Everything seems to be in order. Jonathan, he's going to try to apply that pressure as he starts to work his way toward the end of the course. He's getting closer. Zendara's just got to keep it together. Doing a good job in the lead position. Jonathan almost looked like he's playing a little safe. Maybe he never battled Zendara. Maybe, I don't know what's going on, but he was a little further back than I was expecting.
Yeah, but I think he was trying to be mindful of the areas of where he attacks. But Zendara doing a great job in the lead position, trying to put the car where it needs to be. But Jonathan right there, just utilizing certain points of the track to kind of zero in, so that way he doesn't, see it as, or gives the judges any sort of thoughts about considering it. What was it again? Not unchaseable.
I'm talking about a chaseable lead. No, you're talking about inactive chase.
Inactive chase. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
You escaped me there.
No worries. Well, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, he was just right there as they go ahead and transition over to the final turn.
Yeah, and as drivers make their way back up to the line now, it's going to be Jonathan Aaron's job to put down that high qualifying score in the lead position. Zendara Kennedy, she's going to try to stay in that pocket and not get lost in the smoke. We know Jonathan Aaron has a smoking machine as he makes his way in the lead. Whoa, look at the gap as they make their way through the first outer zone. Zendara trying to cut that line to gain proximity, but Jonathan pouring out that smoke, full throttle, putting that gap on Zendara. Can she close the gap through that second outer zone? As you can see, she's running a shallower line to try to gain that proximity and reel Jonathan in, but it just seems like Jonathan Aaron's car has got a little too much grip and power for Zendara to catch up in that chase position.
Right, and as you can see, as you mentioned, that she was just trying to utilize whatever means possible to really zero in on Jonathan Aaron, but Jonathan Aaron is just rocketing through the course. He gets through the inner clip very well here. Outer zone number 2, kind of falls midline. It doesn't really extend it out where he needs to be, but Zendara just struggling to kind of maintain that same position that she's in throughout the course. So I don't know how the judges are going to see this.
Right, well, Zendara, we'll see. The judges are going to have to deliberate here. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining me. My name is Tim Murphy, and I got my co-host here, Captain Ben. And we're giving you that play-by-play action on the live stream. And for those of you who are joining us here live at the Freedom Factory in beautiful Bradenton, Florida. And the judges are back to work out delivering. Hopefully we'll answer here soon. But you can just see that rocket ship, that smoke machine of Jonathan Aaron as he makes his way throughout the track. Dara, valiant effort. She did a good job in the lead position, but you just see that grip and power difference between the two cars as we watch the lead play.
Right, and something to take note is that you see that once he gets the car in the position where he wants to be, he just lays on the throttle, and then that's where he just takes off.
Up here we got results. There's Passion and Pat Good in there, keeping everything under control. And is it slide him left for Jonathan, or is it slide him right for Zendara Kennedy? We soon shall see. So
About to get word there.
Jonathan Nairn. Jonathan Nairn going to advance on to the top 32. Jonathan Nairn taking out Zendara Kennedy not before. Zendara putting on a great show for all her fans. You can check her out on her Instagram. She actually has a tour. So if you want to go meet and greet, maybe you're looking to be, you want to be a stunt man or stunt woman, or you want to go out there, maybe, talk to her about that. A lot of these drivers, they do some really cool things outside of drifting as you get to know them. So it's pretty cool to see people from different walks of life come here, assemble together under the Klutch Kickers banner, and compete. I want to thank you guys for joining us here today. I also want to thank our sponsors, BC Racing, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal, ECU Masters, Hall Tech Champion Racing Hall, Ignite, Drift HQ, Conseil Wheels, Tire Streets, Fuel Lab, Douche Works, and Radium Engineering. Thank you guys for supporting the scene. Here we go. We're on the track, and we have Louis Lizardi out front in the BMW, and Colt Windham. Oh! What is going on?
All right.
There is something going on with Lewis's car.
We're going to need a lot of slow-mo on that one. I mean, it looked as though Louis Lizardi went to initiate, did initiate, and Colt Windham was right there where he needed to be. But, of course, because Louis Lizardi didn't initiate properly, created a contact there.
Yeah, Louis Lizardi out of Orlando, Florida, I believe. But, of course, coming to us from Puerto Rico, moving over here in order to take his competitive journey through the drifting more seriously, able to move over here and focus on his driving. But yes, as you can see, boom. Wow.
Yeah, you see, Lewis needed to be further out and with more speed. And not to mention that the rear end just strained out, giving Cole just no room to go. And unfortunately, he had to make contact with Lewis in the lead position.
Yeah, Louis Lizardi, the number 12 qualifier, Colt Windham, the number 53rd qualifier. Definitely appears that Lewis suffered some sort of power loss, because as you can see, they're pushing his car off the track. Hopefully nothing broke and he didn't spill anything on the track. I don't think I saw anything coming from underneath the car, though. Once again, guys, join us for the live bracket. Go ahead and log on to the Klutch Kickers / $100,000 Drift Series. I'm sorry, 100K Drift Series, and just continue to refresh that page. You can stay up to date, whether your favorite driver is gone already, who he's battled against, if he won or lost. So, guys, just stay informed. Log on there, and if you're not going to be here tomorrow, like I said, check out baldeagle.com. Sign up for the live stream and enjoy it with us, and hopefully we can provide the information you need. If you're new to drifting, we're making drift fans out of you here today at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, and it's our pleasure, myself and Captain Ben here, to give you that play-by-play and hopefully educate those that are unfamiliar with drifting. Maybe you're just getting into the sport of drifting, just starting to watch it for the first time. Then it's our job, hopefully, to educate you on what the judges are looking for and what is required from the drivers, whether it be in the lead or chase position.
And we have our next pair of competitors starting to line up. Let's go ahead and take a look as we see Eric Conklin and John San Antonio.
Interesting battle here. We got Eric Conklin, which is a veteran of the Klutch Kicker Series, qualified number 13. John San Antonio qualified 52nd with that Honda-powered Nissan 240SX. I believe he has a K24 in there. I think I saw some ITBs on there. He's definitely underpowered.
Oh, fancy.
He's the underdog when it comes to this battle, when it comes to power. There you can see on the screen, we got Eric is going to lead. John is going to give chase. Eric out of Gainesville, Florida, representing here. We've known Eric for a long time, know his family, always just a genuine, just a great competitor, always out there to do battle, ready to do battle. And we are trying to round our way down the bottom portion of the left bracket of the top 64. And we're going to work our way. If you're joining us on the top 64, we work our way basically, if you're looking at the grid and you're not familiar with how the top 64 bracket or top 32 bracket works, we start at the top left, we work our way through the battles, and we work our way down the left column and then back over to the top right and work our way down. So if you're not sure exactly where we're going next, that's how you follow it. And just continue to refresh it. But here we go. Eric Conklin out front. John San Antonio chase. Eric Conklin throwing it in. Gapping John as he makes his way through that first out of the zone. John really going to struggle to try to close that gap cutting a shallower line in efforts to try to close the gap between him and Eric Conklin. Actually doing a pretty good job, able to bring it within a car or so distance, but way inside. Whoa, almost getting in the way of Eric. Oh, no. Unfortunately, John spinning out towards the end. Wow, that was, that was an uphill battle for John. That's a horsepower, K24 powered Nissan 240.
I think Eric was trying to get away from all of the buzzing, but let's take a look back at the replay. As you see, Eric just putting the car where he needs to be, but John just cutting the inside of the course right there. I mean, you could probably argue that he had to go there because Eric Conklin was midway through outer zone number 2, but it didn't matter as John just spins out as they transition past the inner clip number 2.
Yeah, Eric doing a good job filling out that second outer zone. Coming off a little shallow, but nonetheless putting the car where it needs to be. Unfortunately, John spinning out in that chase position. He's gonna have to go into the next half of this battle with the deficit, right? So he's sitting on a 0. Eric having the advantage moving forward. But like I said before, anything can happen here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We've seen it happen many times, and it can happen again. But Eric Conklin known to be pretty consistent. So here we go, both drivers out. Eric Conklin in the chase position. John out front in that K24 powered Nissan 246. Whoa! John throwing a lot of angle, then bringing it really shallow inside as he makes his way through that first outer zone. Eric not letting it phase him, staying right there in the pocket, about a car or so behind, trying to make sure he applies that pressure on John, but not make a mistake. John doing a really good job in the lead position this time, unfortunately taking out that inside clip. But I like how Eric stayed right there with him. Even though John was going offline towards the end there, Eric was right there.
Yeah, I'm curious to see his approach to the initiation. It didn't really look like he got a lot of angle and then kind of like went wide and then cut in midway through outer zone number 1, but then it almost threw off Eric, but he was actually able to maintain drift. He got back on the attack, and as we see as they transition over, John just knocks over that inner clip, the final inner clip, and both drivers able to get through.
Yeah, Eric showing that calm, cool experience, being that Klutch Kickers veteran, and not letting a poor line or slower car phase him. Putting the car where it needs to be in the pocket. It looks like we do have a decision. And there you have it. It looks like it's unanimous. Eric Conklin going to join us tomorrow's competition in the top 32. John San Antonio, valiant effort, but unfortunately going to have to call it a weekend. So Eric Conklin going to move forward. I'm sure he's excited, and he's going to join us in tomorrow's top 32 competition. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we are almost at the bottom portion of the left bracket. We're almost halfway through this top 64 battle. And up next, we have Joseph Love and Sebastian Gutier. Joseph Love qualifying 45th, Sebastian qualifying 20th. Sebastian coming to us all the way from Quebec, Canada. I think that's the driver I spoke to, driving 30 hours down from Canada in order to compete here today. He's going to go up against Joseph Love. That car very similar to Jonathan Eric. I don't know if that was Jonathan in his previous car.
We'll have to find out.
We'll have to find that out. But both drivers very exciting. Sebastian, there was a collision last round where Jonathan Aaron, like we mentioned before, demeated a tire. And Sebastian Gutier in that blue Nissan S15 actually ended up colliding because Jonathan, when he spun out when that tire blew, it just caused that collision. But we got to talk to him. There wasn't much damage. They were able to get the car dialed back in, and here you go. He's back in competition. Sebastian going to leave. Joseph going to give chase. Sebastian, another very aggressive driver out here, whether he's in the lead position or the chase position. So you're going to want to make sure you're paying attention and watch this battle, because I know Joseph, I think, it's funny. We saw Joseph one time compete with a stock KA, right? I guess that didn't last too long because now he has some serious power and is back here to do battle.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Stock KA motor being that original motor from the S14 power plant. Obviously the horsepower is not enough problem here today for him. Sebastian right out the gate, putting about a car or so gap. Joseph trying to close that door, doing a good job, running a little shallower line in order to gain that proximity. Whoa, coming slow. Wow, great job by Joseph.
He held it.
Control all that angle. He held it and is able to complete his run. Sebastian won. Great job in the lead position. Whoa! Wow. Joseph. What an aggressive chase run that was from Joseph Love. Sebastian doing a great job from the lead position.
Right, and as you can see, Joseph Love just took the brunt of that jump, but didn't phase him at all. As he's there for the attack, Sebastian is just trying to get away from him, but Joseph Love was just almost wipes out there as they pass inner clip number 1, and then he has to work his way back to attack Sebastian. As they transition over, you see Joseph Love gets a little carried away and makes contact with Sebastian. So,
yeah, well, I mean, Joseph Love taking a play out of Josiah's handbook there, throwing all the angle coming into that second outer zone.
That's right.
But able to keep control. But Sebastian showing that he's a force to be reckoned with. He's out here. He wants to take home that $10,000 tonight. And he doesn't want to let anybody stop him. He's getting bullied and battered around the track. But let me tell you something. That's a great job by Sebastian. Able to take that little tap at the end, maintain control of his car, and complete the run.
Well, then, looking back at the replay now, did Sebastian start to shut down early? We'd have to see it back in full speed.
Yeah, it sounds like the judges are looking for a replay as well. But yeah, but that last portion of the track, it's an area of the track where a driver, especially lead or chase, you don't want to be over-aggressive. We see drivers throughout this weekend so far fly off the edge of the track right before the finish line. Sebastian's doing a great job for the most part, trying to fill out that outside zone. The SSG S15, Sebastian Gutier. But look at Joseph. Look how aggressive he is for that transition. Maintaining control, keeping composure, back on the throttle, trying to dive back in the pocket.
So let's take a look here as they transition. He does slow down, but oh boy.
Wasn't enough.
Right, exactly. But he did slow down during that inner clip. And the shutoff point is right. I mean, he still needed a little bit more to go to get past that point.
Miracle with the replay, right?
Indeed.
As you guys can see, if you're just tuning in, we just watched the battle of Sebastian Gutier versus Joseph Love. Sebastian in the blue S15 on your left of the screen, and Joseph Love in that red and white S14. Both drivers, excellent competitors, and it's the judges. Now it's on the judges to go over the replays and analyze every foot of the track and see exactly what went wrong, if something at all did went wrong, and then award a winner. Just want to welcome you guys once again. If you're just joining us, this is round 2, season 3 of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We're coming to you live from the Freedom Factory, home of Cletus McFarland, and where he's able to harness multiple dealers of the nation. That's where they provide a great venue for us. They're just looking for the replay, trying to get a definitive winner here. Looks like they're really analyzing. Look at Joseph just really throwing all the angle and able to maintain control.
See here again.
You guys log on to the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. You can go ahead and see how the layouts will change throughout the season. Round 1, we were utilizing the bank. This round, we're focusing on the infield. Next round, round 3, we'll be back on the bank from the looks of the layout on the website. Round 4, back in the infield. And then finally, round 5, we'll be utilizing the bank. Again, a lot of drivers, some drivers like the bank. I actually found out some drivers don't like the bank. You know, it was interesting. I thought for the most part, all the drivers find the bank really exciting, get high on that wall, a lot of throttle, a lot of smoke, and it puts on a great show. But some drivers like to keep, they want like a course layout, right? They don't want this be on the bank. So I found that interesting talking to some of the drivers that they actually prefer the bank, or they actually prefer not drifting the bank. So that's interesting.
Yeah, so the judges are actually looking over what transpired as both cars went through inner clip number 1. Did Sebastian kind of make too much of a correction to go off Joseph Love? Did he deviate from the speed? It's just something that they're trying to sort of figure out. And they need to assess fault because perhaps one of the drivers needs to fix the car. Right. In the sense that they need to fix an alignment or fix any sort of particular part that may have been damaged with that contact.
All right, so then it goes back to what are the roles? You have two roles, right? You're in the chase position or you're in the lead position. As a lead driver, your responsibility as lead driver to put down that 100-point qualifying run. A 100-point qualifying run means you're filling out the outer zones, putting the car in the outer zone where the judges are asking you. In this layout, we have two outer zones. On the right, you have the first outer zone starts a little before midway through that first turn, and the drivers need to keep right on the edge of the track. They work their way through the intersection of the track, and they pass their first inside clip. Judges are asking the driver from the lead position to get as tight on that inside clip without hitting it as possible. Now, there is some room for error, taps or knocks are coming off, but for the most part, they want to be right on that inside clip. Then they transition back to our second outer zone. If you're over on the grandstands by the booth, it's on our left-hand side. You'll see that first white cone, and they want to keep it nice and wide. Try to stay wide throughout that whole second outer zone, work their way into the infield, and then be close on that inside clip, not make any major corrections or mistakes. So that's the role of the lead driver. The chase driver, on the other hand, is to utilize the lead driver as a mobile clipping point. What does that mean? Well, that just means that lead driver, if that lead driver is running a poor line and he's not putting his car where he needs to be, then it's on the chase driver to follow that lead line. And that's where the challenge comes for that chase driver. If you're following a less experienced driver that has been running a poor line or maybe under horsepower, there's a chance as the higher horsepower, more experienced driver in the chase position, you may get the door closed on you. It may cause a major mistake. So we're going to go ahead and bring one of the judges in to kind of explain what's going on. The judge we have is Mr. Jeremy Lowe. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, we're assessing contact, and we're judging that it was equal fault for both drivers. The lead driver slowed when he should not have been slowing, and the follow driver didn't do the right thing and crashed into him. So it was both of their faults, and that's about it.
Okay. So I assume we're scrubbing that first, basically, or they're both sitting on a major deficit. It could come down to this last run? Okay, so there you have it. All right, so the judges, that was only the first half of the run. So judges are saying both drivers made some major mistakes there, causing the other to make corrections. So it's almost like that run is kind of like a wash, and this could come down to the second half of this battle. So right now, you can see both cars pulling up the line. We have Joseph Love is going to lead. Sebastian Gutier is going to give chase. Joseph Love from Myrtle Beach, and Sebastian come all the way down from Canada.
Down or up?
Down. Unless you turn your globe upside down, then I guess it's up.
Oh, okay.
Anyhow, don't look up. You want to keep your eyes focused down on the track, as Joseph is going to lead and Sebastian is going to give chase. Sebastian right there with almost side by side, and both drivers make their way through that first outer zone. Sebastian taking it inside line, trying to, Joseph, some major wobbles going through that first outside zone, but Sebastian keeping it calm, cool, and collected, not letting it phase him as both cars make it through the second outer zone. Sebastian very inside, but Joseph Love not. What happened there? What happened there?
There is a lot to dissect in this run. So let's go ahead and take a look. Both drivers almost making contact going up into the initiation, but you see Joseph Love just wobbling there at the start of the judging of outer zone number 1. So really off to a bad start. Sebastian just trying to work around those mistakes that Joseph Love is having throughout the course. But see, let's take a look here. Sebastian, I think he got lost of where he was in the track and then transitioned past the inner clip. So will the judges see that as off track, or will they take into account the fact that Joseph Love was not putting the car where he needed it to be?
Exactly. Let's go back to the roles. I was trying to break down what the roles are in the chase and lead position, right? If that lead car is running a poor line that causes a mistake from the chase driver, right, the judges have to take that into account, right? Now, whatever way the decision goes here, we do want to let you know there is the ability for the loser driver. There you go, we have it on the screen there. So the lead driver responsibility is to run that 100-point qualifying run, as I mentioned earlier, stay in the zones, be on the clipping points, and have to be a chaseable lead run, right? Is that a chaseable lead run, or is he way offline? So those are some of the things that the judges are taking into account here. How is that going to play? we'll see. But as I was mentioning earlier, that the win or lose, the loser does have the opportunity to protest the call, right? They're able to protest the call. Now, there are certain parameters around that protest, right? We want to make sure it's a valid protest, so that's going to go through the track marshal from what I understand. And if it's a valid protest, then that will come up to the judges. The judges will then reanalyze the runs and then come up with a decision. Now, we have seen decisions get overturned in the past. So it's not to say that it's not. It hasn't happened before. We've seen these decisions get overturned. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It's one of those days where you don't want to be a judge. Being a judge is arguably one of the most difficult parts of drifting. Right? There's a lot of pressure. You want to make the right call. Our judges, they want to see the winner win. They're not playing favorites, right? They want to award a true winner because they've all been competitors before, so they know what it's like, right, to be in the driver's seat on the track, waiting for the judges to make a decision.
Right, and I think the approach that Joseph Love was going into it with this run is that he was just trying to go as fast as possible throughout the course. And I mean, hats off to him, but he has to remember that he has to hit the zones. He has to follow the judging criteria that was set during qualifying.
Right. Does that qualify as an unchaseable lead run? And that's where
the judges to decide.
That's why we have judges, right? This is a sport like many other sports, like surfing or skating, right? We got to utilize judges. The sport of drifting is decided. It's a style-based type of motorsports, right? So we utilize judges in order to make these calls. And like I said, a responsibility and the job of being a judge is, man, you really take the grunt of when there's a bad call, you're never going to hear the end of it. So trust me, they want to make the right call.
Right, exactly. And the first half of the battle, you saw both drivers were deemed at fault. Both drivers made mistakes, so they were relying on this battle to determine a winner, and they're not making it easy for the judges. They're having to scrutinize every single detail,
but there's one tool that the judges do have in their pocket. Can it be a one more time?
True.
We've seen it with, like I said, the king of one more times, Brandon Whitnick, right?
Right.
Go over and over and over. Just the battle so close to be able to decide a winner, right? Sometimes they have to push it, down the round. But anyhow, nonetheless, judges are definitely trying to make sure they get a winner, and it looks like we have a winner or decision. And if I'm seeing this correctly, Joseph Love is going to advance on.
Yep. Joseph Love
is advancing on to the top 32. Unfortunately, Sebastian's going to have to call it a weekend. Wow. There you go. Interesting turn of events. Not the prettiest battle that we saw here, but nonetheless, we got a winner. And Sebastian's going to have to call it a weekend. Joseph Love able to edge out Sebastian in that blue S15. And he's going to be here tomorrow for the top 32.
Right, and hopefully Joseph Love takes the night to go ahead and reflect on his performance today and improve upon what he did, because again, he moved on, but it wasn't the cleanest run, it wasn't the best run, and he needs to be able to improve tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. And on the track right now who is that? Can't quite tell from here. Oh, it's Colt Windham. He's just taking a bye run. He just has to get the car on the track, and he's going to be joining us tomorrow.
Right. Actually, he was doing battle with Lizardi. Lewis went to go, I believe, fix something on his vehicle and couldn't get it together in time, and so that gave Colt Windham the automatic win.
Yep. And up next we have Jaden Martirana, 14 years old. I apologize if I misspoke earlier, but yes, Jaden Martirana last round, 13 years old, celebrated a birthday in between round 1 and round 2, and he is 14 years old here, battling it out against Ryan Kaufman. And Ryan Kaufman, Taxi Garage, right, teammate of Nick Ward, and both drivers out here to do battle board. Ryan Kaufman, old school South Florida driver, right, used to drive a Miata. Now in the FC, with the Taxi Garage FC out here ready to do battle. But these guys are known for their crazy carts. If you haven't checked out Taxi Garage, go ahead and search them up on Instagram. They're freaking crazy. My leg still hurts from the last time I rode them. I was crashing all over the place. Good times.
You should
Painful.
get it checked out.
Yeah, maybe I should. Painful, but fun. So as you can see on the left, Jaden is going to lead. Jaden, Team Jackson Performance, another member of the team out here. He's going to lead, and both drivers look like there's a restart. Oh, okay. All right, both drivers going to rewind, head back to the line. You can see that blue FC RX-7 of Ryan Kaufman. The Taxi Garage right across the side. Jaden going through some struggles this weekend. I believe blowing a transmission, suffering some mechanical issues. Car basically up until about an hour or so before competition was still apart. And we drove by one of the other, and this is another thing that's kind of cool I want to mention, is how one of the other drivers pit allowed Chris Jackson's crew to use the lift that's in their truck to be able to make the repair. It's drivers lending hand to other drivers. That's what makes the sport so great. That's why I fell in love with it, because all the drivers want to battle out. They want to win. They want a straight up battle, right? So let's see what happens. They just had a restart, so now we're going to work our way. Jaden's going to lead, and Ryan Kaufman's going to give chase. Jaden out front. Ryan's got to close that gap as both cars make their way through that first outer zone. Jaden doing a good job of working his way through the outer zone. Ryan standing right there with him, trying to apply that pressure from the chase position. And Ryan Kaufman spinning out. That is not good for Ryan Kaufman. Jaden just got to keep it together, make his way through the rest of the track. It looks like he's doing that in the Jackson Performance Chevy Corvette.
Well, what happened here exactly as we look at Jaden kind of late initiation, but still gets the car sideways through the initiation point. Ryan Kaufman right there, it was looking pretty good until this point where he wipes out through inner clip number 1. I don't know exactly if he didn't take into account the grip change or forgot or was too focused on his chase battle against Jaden, but Jaden didn't falter from there on and was able to complete his run.
Well, so Ryan Kaufman, he's got some ground to make up right now, sitting on a major deficit. Jaden going into this next round of competition, or his next battle here, definitely has the advantage from what we can see here. He's able to get a full pull, complete his chase run. And now we're going to go ahead and have the drivers switch positions. Now the pressure's on Ryan Kaufman. Ryan, he's in the lead position. Let's see if he can put down a commanding lead run. He's doing a good job, but Jaden right there with him. Will Jaden make a mistake and cause this battle to go one more time, or are these drivers going to finish it right here on the track? Let's see. Ryan doing a much better job in the lead position. Jaden trying to stay right there with him. A little bobble by Ryan Kaufman, coming very shallow through that second outer zone. Making our way through the final section of the track. Better run by Ryan Kaufman. Some bobbles here and there, but Jaden maintain composure in the pocket.
Right, and as we take a look at Ryan Kaufman just... But it took a while for his car to actually gain that angle, gain the drift, and he does so. And then, as you see, as goes over to outer zone number 2, kind of bobbles a little bit, throws him offline, lands him inside of outer zone number 2, where he doesn't want to be, and then just tries to kind of work his way out of it, and he does, but I don't think it's enough to overcome what happened on the first half of the battle.
Yeah, so Ryan out here doing competition, qualified 36th, Jaden qualifying 29th. Both drivers overcoming different situations, but unfortunately, Ryan Kaufman just making that major mistake. I don't see how it's going to, definitely not doing himself any favors.
Right.
But I do notice I feel a little more passionate now, that I can see the passionate back of passionate Pat Good, right? Oh, there we go. Judges have a decision. And let's slide him left for Ryan or slide him right for Jaden. And it looks like Jaden Martirana is going to go ahead and join us tomorrow's competition. Top 32. Congratulations to Jaden Martirana, Team Jackson Performance out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Moving on to the top 32 battles tomorrow at the Freedom Factory, home of the Cletus McFarland. Freedom Factory here has been amazing. Cletus with a great job. Michael Castleberry out here with his crew, both both guys collaborating and both the Freedom Factory and Clutch Kickers to be able to continue to produce this event at this caliber is just amazing to see how this series is evolving through the years.
So up next we have Louis Bross in the black BMW E36 going up against Duarte Viana in his orange, white Drift HQ.
Yeah, Drift HQ
E46. Yeah. There's
Duarte,
another BMW battle.
Yes, another BMW battle. Now, Louis, not the typical power plant that we would see in E46. You got to catch up with him. What is he running in that E46?
A Ford 302 V8 with a turbo.
With a turbo. Hey,
yeah.
When in doubt, boost.
Eight cylinders wasn't enough.
Nope. All right, we got Duarte. He's the number 35th qualifier. Louis, the number 30th qualifier. Louis is going to go ahead and lead first, and then Duarte will give chase. Duarte out of Orlando, Florida. Another Drift HQ driver. If you guys have been around the drift scene or at all, right, you know who Drift HQ is. They make their presence known no matter where they go. A sponsor of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We want to thank them for their continued support. And every driver, the Drift HQ crew has just, they're very top of the line sportsmen, always out here ready to do battle and always ready to put on a show for the spectators. And not to mention providing that aftermarket support at a lot of the racing events. A lot of times the Drift HQ will bring out their rig. It looks like is there something going on with Lewis's car?
I don't know. I see a lot of smoke.
I don't know if that was residual smoke or if that's just, is that coming from his car? No. Anyhow, guys, thank you for joining us at the Freedom Factory here. We are in round 2 of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. As I mentioned before, go ahead and log on to the clutchkickers.com/100K Drift Series and go ahead and click on that link, and you'll be able to watch the live bracket, continue to update it, and you'll be able to see when your driver is coming up, who they've gone against. If they win, lose, or draw, you're going to be able to get that information. You just need to continue to refresh that page. The page will not refresh on its own, so just kind of keep up to date. If you're just looking at the bracket for the first time and you're not sure how it works, it basically, we start at the top left, work our way down, go over to the right, go to the top right, work our way down. But it does look like Lewis is pulling his car off the track. So it looks like they're going to take a look at that. The drivers are able to utilize a 5-minute timeout, but only one 5-minute timeout for the whole weekend. We did get a chance to catch up with Jaden, so let's go ahead and take a look at Jaden Martirano.
I feel more like an adult when I'm drifting with older people. The drivers out here, it's because of them that I'm so good. I take like all the style of the different drivers and I put it into my own style, and that's what makes me the driver that I am right now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass my top 64, so I was against Eric Conklin. The lead run, it went really well. I was like on my line, I had a lot of angle, I was fast. Unfortunately, on my tandem, I was a bit too low, so unfortunately, like I hit a bump and it made my car spin out, and we maybe think that since I hit someone, the bash bar moved back and it hit the tire when I was turning, so maybe that's what happened, but we're not sure. But I spun out, unfortunately. Banks are really cool. I love banks, but since here there's like very low power cars and very high power cars, I'd say it's a very good thing.
You're seeing Rafael Adames in the lead position and Jay Caputo in the chase position as both drivers make it around the track. And it looks like Rafael's doing a good job putting down a nice lead line. He's running kind of mid-line to the second outer zone, putting out a smoke cloud. Jay's going to try to navigate his way through all that smoke, and he does a pretty good job as they make their way off the track. We are about, I believe we're halfway through the top 64 battles, so we're about halfway through. So guys, don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and don't miss the action.
Right, so you see Rafael Adames finding his car, putting the car on the outside edge of outer zone number 1. But Jay Caputo did struggle a little bit there in the same section, but as we transition over to outer zone number 2, Rafael in midline, so could have done a little bit better there. But let's take another look as they see another angle of this. Jay just needed to find a way to kind of close in that proximity. He tried by digging in on the inside, but just couldn't make that connection.
Raphael kind of offline a little bit, right? How is that going to play into the judges' eyes as they watch that lead and chase position we talked about earlier? That lead driver, he's trying to put down that 100-point qualifying run, and that chase driver is trying to apply that pressure, utilize that lead driver as a mobile flipping point. But here we go, Jay's position. They make their way. Jay is in the lead position now, and Raphael in the chase position. As both guys making their way around the track, both drivers doing a good job keeping it together, flicking it through the inside of past the first inside clip, and they make their way through the second outer zone. Jay running kind of midline as he makes his way through that second outer zone. Both drivers flicking it back in, working their way off the track. Very similar runs from both the lead driver, from both drivers in the lead and chase position. So this is going to be, it wasn't one of those battles that set the world on fire. Both drivers seem like they're a little offline, but very similar runs by both drivers in the lead and chase positions.
So you would argue they made like similar mistakes throughout on both of their lead and chase?
Maybe not in the same areas, but yes, I could see some corrections from both drivers in the lead and the chase position. So now the judges are going to have to take all that into consideration. Raphael Adamas qualifying 19th, Jay qualifying 46th as they battle their way through the qualifying rounds of competition. I want to thank you guys for joining us. Also want to thank our sponsors out here, able to just support the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, brought to you by BC Racing, Coilovers, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal, ECU Masters, Haltech, Champion Racing Oil, Ignite Racing Fuels, Drift HQ, Kansei Wheels, Tire Streets, Fuel Lab, Doucheworks, and Radium Engineering. It looks like we're going to go to the track real quick, maybe get some information on what's going on. Looks like he's calling a timeout. Okay, that's Louis Braz in his 5 minutes. He called a 5-minute timeout. As you saw them walking around with that clock, they utilize a countdown clock. The drivers are able to utilize this 1 5-minute timeout. Now, 5 minutes may not seem like a lot, but you'd be surprised what these drivers are able to accomplish and the repairs they're able to make. Now, the drivers, the clock doesn't start until their car is either on jack stands or they're ready to make the repair. Once they're ready to make the repair, the Clutch Kicker staff go ahead and starts that clock, and then it's a go time. That driver's got to get his car back and ready to compete in 5 minutes. It looks like we have a decision. Waiting for the judges. It's Raphael Adamas, or is it Jay? And we have a decision one more time. Raphael Adamas and Jake Caputo are going to go one more time. Judges unable to make a definitive call. Going to utilize that tool that they have and they're just make these drivers go one more time. They're going to get a chance to go change tires and come back out and battle out again. Hopefully we're going to see more definitive decision when they come back out here, but you never know. We've seen these one more time battles go over and over again. But up next we have Henry Hinman.
Nope.
No?
Duarte.
Okay, so we're going back to the Luis Bras versus Duarte Vienna. Duarte, Drift HQ E46. And Luis, as we saw earlier, suffering a little bit of mechanical issues at the starting line. So these drivers have yet to perform and battle it out at top 64. So let's go ahead and restart. Let's go get them back down there and start this battle off. As you see on the left, that's Luis, and on the right, Duarte. Both drivers locked and loaded. Luis Braz is going to go ahead and lead Duarte. Vienna's going to chase. Duarte very aggressive in the chase position. Duarte suffering some serious mechanical issues last round, having clutch issues, but looks like so far that car is dialed in and 110%. Here we go, both drivers down the straight. Luis out front, Duarte about 2 cars behind is going to be able to close that gap. Wow, Duarte throwing a lot of angle in that first outer zone, closing the gap on Luis Braz as they make their way through the, whoa, no! Duarte spinning out, coming in too hot through that inside section, past the first inside clip. Luis doing a great job of holding it together. Wow, what? Like I said, anything can happen.
Well,
Not the way I was expecting that to go.
Exactly, and I think it's very fortunate for Lewis that he had that 5-minute timeout to go ahead and fix whatever issue that plagued him before this battle commenced. But you see here, as it was looking pretty good up to this point, where Duarte Viana just over-rotated, trying to get through inner clip number 1, and Luis Bras just went, going away with the advantage.
Wow, so both drivers having to put a pause on things, right? Lewis having to utilize his 5-minute timeout. I'm sure he's thankful now he had that 5-minute timeout. The drivers only have one 5-minute timeout for the whole weekend. They can only utilize it once, and that includes qualifying. We've seen in the past where drivers have utilized their timeout during qualifying and end up biting them, at the end, right? And it's just not working out for them. Not the case here. Lewis using his 5-minute timeout very wisely, able to walk in the second half of this battle with the advantage over Duarte in his Drift HQ E46. So let's see as they switch positions. Duarte is going to lead. Lewis is going to give chase, and they're off. All right, Duarte's out front. Lewis not too far behind. Lewis going to close that gap. Duarte running a shallow line there through that first outer zone. He needs to bring it out wider. Lewis right there with him. Through the inside as they flick it past that first inside clip now into the second outer zone. Duarte doing could do a better job filling out that outside zone. Still running midline. Lewis right there with him. The pressure is on. Duarte. Lewis making a successful chase run. Duarte getting a little squirrely at the end there. Maintaining control.
That was very sketchy, very scary for Duarte. Wouldn't want to have any major issues there. But you see Duarte just hugging the inside of outer zone 1, not where he wants to be as he transitions over to the inner clip. Hits that very well. But Luis Bras just right there trying to close that gap. But Duarte just, again, not hitting the marks where he needs to be. So, again, it's a matter of, did he make enough mistakes to overcome the difference with the first battle?
I don't know. I don't see it. Duarte, unfortunately, coming too hot, going past that first inside clip in his chase run and just causing him to spin out or come to a sideways stall. Lewis doing a good job in that 3024 turbo-powered BMW. But you don't get to say that too often. So let's see here. Judges are making up the decision. Is it going to be Lewis or is it going to be Duarte with the Drift HQ E46? Just wait for the judges to. Yep. All right, we're getting word decision is it coming, and there you have it. Is it Duarte or Lewis? And it's Luis Bras. Luis Bras gets the win. Unfortunately, Duarte in that Drift HQ E46 not suffered mechanical issues this time, but unfortunately spinning out in that past that first inside clip, and just Lewis able to maintain composure, finish off the battle, and walk away with the victory here. So we will see Lewis in tomorrow's Top 32 competition, brought to you by Klutch Kickers and the Freedom Factory here live in Bradenton, Florida. Up next, we have Henry Hinman, and he's going to be going to battle against Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell, the number 14th qualifier. Henry Hinman qualifying 51st. So both drivers capable. It's going to be an exciting battle. It's going to be an exciting battle because Billy Mitchell, another relatively newcomer to the drift world. He does have some previous competition experience in drag racing. Able to take that competition. But here we go, both drivers down track, and he's showing that experience drag racing as he make their way down the track, gapping Henry as they make their way into the first outer zone. Henry's got a lot of ground to make up, and Billy Mitchell is not going to make it easy for him to catch up. Look at that bus lengths that Billy Mitchell is putting on Henry. I mean, I don't know, it's endless advertising here at the Freedom Factory, brought to you by Billy Mitchell. Oh, unfortunate. Right now, Henry comes down to, was that an inactive chase?
Right.
He just wasn't anywhere to be seen in the rearview mirror of Billy Mitchell.
Right, and I'm sure the track cameras are going to struggle to have both of them in frame. They see Billy Mitchell just taking off. Henry Hinman was just nowhere on the attack. And I mean, look at that. He's not even on screen right here. And just Billy Mitchell just hitting the marks. It's not like he was, making adjustments or anything like that. So he did a great job in the lead position. But Henry Hinman has a lot to work.
It wasn't that Henry Hinman's run was all that bad. It just wasn't present in that chase position. Billy Mitchell, like I was mentioned right before he started, Billy Mitchell coming from drag racing competition is utilizing that experience down the straight, drag racing down the straight, and able to put that gap on Henry as they go into the first outer zone. Well, let's see what happens now. Is Henry's car that much slower? Is Billy Mitchell going to have to adapt his driving style in order to combat a slower car, or did Henry have a hiccup or something? Is there a reason why Henry was slower out the line? We don't really know, but both drivers changed the position. Henry going to go ahead and lead this time. Billy Mitchell going to give chase, as you can see in that bald eagle cam above the beautiful Freedom Factory in Bradenton, Florida. We're here live, enjoying this top 64 competition. Even more excited to see what's to come tomorrow in the top 32 battles. These battles are good, right? These are top 64 battles. Both drivers are out the gate. Henry's in the lead position. Billy, you're almost right there, about a car behind. Billy's going to try to close the gap. Wow, coming in really hot is Billy Mitchell, maintaining, kind of wobbling in the chase position, but maintaining control of his car. Both drivers flicking past that first inside clip and into the second outer zone. Billy Mitchell diving in, trying to close that gap. Whoa! A major correction. Anything can happen, and we just saw a perfect example of what anything could be. Billy Mitchell making a major correction on that second outer zone. So now, okay. Wow, I don't know. Ben, go ahead and analyze that for us.
Yeah, no worries. You see Billy Mitchell going into first outer zone. He kind of got a little thrown off by that bump. But let's focus in on what happened in outer zone number 2. It looked as though he was trying to find a way to keep the car in drift and give himself in a position where he's side by side with Henry, but he just wasn't there, and his car was just too gripped up. And then when he actually went to go find a way to stay on throttle, stay in the drift, the car just kind of dove in on the inside, and he just really had nowhere else to go.
Right, so some of the tools that the drivers utilize in that chase position, right, is sacrificing line. As you can see, some debris from Billy Mitchell's car, but the judges allot the drivers, right, some mistakes in the chase position. Maybe not mistakes, but line corrections. The judges are looking for that chase driver to maintain that proximity. Stay in the pocket, right? We want exciting close tandems. So what does the chase driver have to do in order to achieve that? Sometimes they have to sacrifice some line. Sacrificing some line means maybe not getting as far outside as you need to be, but utilizing the shallower line, able to cut the track and able to suck up on the side of Billy Mitchell. So, Billy Mitchell trying to suck up on the inside of Henry Hinman. So was that the case here? I don't know. We're going to have the judges' decision right now. Slide him left for Henry, slide him right for Billy.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a one more time battle between Henry Hinman and Billy Mitchell. That's a one more time battle between these two drivers. We're going to come back, revisit this battle, let the drivers go ahead and change tires, and they'll be back at it again, starting from scratch, and they're going to battle it out. So that's one more time battle between Henry Hinman and Billy Mitchell. Wow. Billy Mitchell might have just, dodged a bullet there, able to put that gap in the lead position. So it's interesting to see how it play out. I'm glad both drivers are going to come back out again. Now we were going to get the definitive winner. Up next, we have Brandon Whitnick. Brandon Whitnick not in his car. Unfortunately, Brandon Whitnick's car suffered some damage in between competitions from last round to this round. Unable to get the car back together into, just the mechanical shape it needs to be in order to compete at this level. So he is borrowing a car. So he is in a different chassis. Nonetheless, proven to be a force to be reckoned with. He's going to be going against the number 54th qualifier in Brett Collins, a.k.a. Cret Bollins. And both these drivers, very capable. Brett Collins suffering some issues during the qualifying. Not sure how that's going to play out when they go ahead and go to this battles here. So I'm sure it's got to weigh in on Brandon Whitnick's mind. Brandon Whitnick driving a car Typically, he's drifting on the left-hand side. Now he's actually on the right-hand side. So it hasn't shown to affect him. He's been doing great practice, and he's definitely proven that he's able and capable to do battle in a car that's not his, in a bigger car on the other side. As you can see in the bald eagle cam, we have Brandon Whitnick on the right and Brett Collins on the left. I'm really interested to see how this worked out because, like I said, we did see Brett suffering some mechanical, or maybe it wasn't mechanical issues, but definitely didn't have the performance during qualifying that I would expect from Brett Collins.
And he did much better on his second qualifying run compared to the first, so it's good to see Brett Collins out here. We missed him last round. Don't know exactly what happened. For all we know, could be a mechanical problem, but either way, all the issues sorted out. He's here to compete for that $10,000 prize.
Yeah, there's a lot of money at stake here. This money is what brings these drivers here in order to compete for the spectators that are not just watching live, but around the world. I mean, we have spectators tuning in from around the world on the live stream. Thankfully, those of you that are watching us on the live stream, I want to thank you personally for helping support the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, because without you, this wouldn't happen. So by logging in and just joining us on the live stream, we just want to just shout out to all you guys watching us on the live stream through the baldeagle.com and just supporting Klutch Kickers. It's just great to see that support and that love of the community. But I also want to go ahead and thank our sponsors. That's the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, brought to you by BC Racing, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal, ECU Masters, Haltech, Champion Race Oil, Ignite, Drift HQ. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break while everything gets settled.
Pretty late. I don't have anyone in my family that's into cars. My dad's not into cars at all. When I was 16, I found out that stunts was a potential job option, so I really started working towards that, training martial arts, and I got a motorcycle license, and I took a stunt driving course when I was 18. I just always wanted to get better, and I found a Mustang at a pawn shop. I didn't know anything about angle kits. I didn't know anything about really setting up a car. I just had a handbrake. After that, I went to a drift school, and I learned a little bit more. Then I bought a 350Z. About a year into driving that car, somebody put a bug in my head, said, why don't you put an LS in there? And that's basically how I started down the road of competitive drifting. I found a guy in New Jersey that makes LS swap kits, LJ conversions, and I called him up. I was like, hey, I really want to do this. I'm kind of already spending all my money on driving, and he was willing to help me out. And the condition was that I had to go to LS Fest. Starting in April, I did LS Fest in Vegas the weekend before Klutch Kickers round 1. But yeah, we basically were doing as many grid lives as don't conflict with either LS Fest or Klutch Kickers. Hyperfest, we hit Club Loose. I just want to meet all the drifters and drive with as good of other drivers as I can to build my skill set. Yeah, my plan was to qualify high so that I could hopefully move through the ranks. With the rain and the aborted qualification, I got paired up with a really good driver in a car that I actually had driven with in Washington, and I knew it was going to be a hard battle. But it worked in my favor. I thought we had a pretty good battle, and I know the judges took a really long time to decide that, so I'm pretty proud of that because he has 3 times the horsepower I do. For me, I think that a smaller course works to my advantage because the high horsepower cars can't run away from me as much, so my goal at this event is just to be as aggressive as possible. The money is a piece of it, but for me, what the money means is the kind of drivers that it's attracting. You know, the driver pool here is incredibly strong for an event that is so young. There's no other way I could get access to these kind of drivers to actually battle them, to learn from them, to practice with them at any other event. To me, that's a little bit more important than the money, but the money would be really nice.
To the Klutch Kickers Round 1 pay-per-view live feed. Thank you. Shout out to the Cleater crew, the guys who subscribed all year long, and shout out to the guys who are just here for this one event. We're going to have a ton of fun. We got a lot of cars here, 80-plus cars at the Freedom Factory. By far the largest drift event we've ever done by at least 3 times for the car count. We got a lot of good setups. We have a really fun course. We're going to be hitting the bank right off the bat, coming through, hitting the burnout pad, going around the inner, figure 8, and then hitting the burnout pad again. It's a really cool layout the Klutch Kickers guys came up with. We have 5 rounds of this, so this is only the first this year. A lot of fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. Donnie's ready. We got a nice big tire on it, so I'm going to go out there and try and make you guys proud. Shout out to Klutch Kickers. This is huge for the Freedom Factory just to be out here participating with a new promoter. This is the first outside promoter we've really had, so all around fired up, guys. Enjoy the live feed. I will be a competitor, so I won't be as much part of the live feed as I normally am, but I hope you guys have fun watching it.
All right, we're back here. We if you're just joining us here at the Klutch Kickers, we are at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We are on round 2 of the 3rd season of the Klutch Kickers, collaborating with Cletus McFarland and his Freedom Factory crew, providing this beautiful venue. And at the line right now, you see Rafael Adames, qualifying number 19th. He's going to lead against Jay Caputo. This is a one more time battle, so we're going back and starting this over again. Rafael Adames coming to us from the DR, Santo Domingo over Dominican Republic, and here to do battle. Let's see what happens. Rafael, he's going to go ahead and lead, and Jay is going to give chase. Both drivers, the last run, they went through it one more time. It was kind of shaky for both drivers. Both drivers had similar mistakes. But here they go, back at it, a one more time battle. Top 64, Rafael out front. Jay giving chase. That was a little odd there down the straight. I'm not sure what was going on. Jay going to try to close that gap. Rafael attacking the course, trying to stay nicely wide through that first outer zone. Both cars flicking into the second outer zone. Jay doing a good job trying to close that gap. Rafael not as deep into that second outer zone as he should be, but he's able to put on a smoke show and try to fog out Jay, and it may have phased Jay with that cloud of smoke. So I don't know if Jay Caputo got lost in the smoke there of Rafael Adames, but let's take a look at the replay and see what happened.
Yeah, it was quite peculiar the way how Jay initiated into the first outer zone. It was, I don't really see it, but hey, it worked. And you see Rafael Adames into outer zone number 2, kind of like digging in on the inside. He should have gone out wider, but then again, Jay Caputo just finding himself lost within that smoke, and it goes on the opposite side of the inner clip.
Wow. Well, we'll see here right now. It looks like Rafael is going to go to the second half of this battle with the advantage. Jay, unfortunately, going on the wrong side of that last inside clip. Not where he needs to be. I don't know, like I said, if he got caught in the smoke, but now driver's going to switch positions. Rafael's going to give chase. Jay is going to lead. The pressure right now is on Jay to capitalize or cause some kind of error. But it's going to be difficult doing that from the lead position. The only way he can apply pressure to Rafael that's going to be in the chase position is to run that 100-point qualifying run that we were talking about earlier. So he wants to make sure he keeps his car in all the right places, make sure it stays nice and deep into those outer zones, nice and tight on those inside clips. Maybe he can cause a mistake from Rafael. But both drivers working their way down the track. Jay out front. Wow, Rafael going to try to close that gap. Both drivers mid-line. Rafael's kind of cutting that line to try to dive in for the attack to stay in the pocket of Jay as both drivers flicking into that second outer zone. Rafael staying right there with him, almost kind of playing it safe. He wants to make sure he doesn't cause any major mistakes because he probably, diving in for the attack, and probably not the best area of the track to really be aggressive was Rafael Adames towards the end of this run.
Right, you have to wonder too, does Rafael know that he may have an advantage based on the previous run? But in any case, let's take a look at the replay as Jay Caputo was midline through first outer zone. Does a good job there through inner clip 1. And again, falling again on inside line of outer zone number 2. Same kind of error as Rafael Adames. Rafael going a little too hot, but main difference is Rafael Adames didn't end up on the other side of that inner clip.
Right. Both Jay trying to do a good job of laying down a solid lead run. Rafael doing a good job of mimicking Jay's lead run. That chase driver's responsibility is mimic that lead driver, use him as a mobile clipping point. So did he accomplish that? Let's see. It looks like the decision is unanimous. Rafael Adames coming to us, going to advance on to top 32. All right, give it up for Rafael Adames coming to all the way us from the DR over in the islands there, Santo Domingo representing. Actually, we got to walk through the pits earlier, and we got some bachata music going on there. It's a party in the pits right now, I'll tell you that.
And I know it's going to be a party.
It's going to be a big party right now because I know Rafael is going to be excited to be in a top 32 competition. It's a party in the pits. If you guys are enjoying this competition, enjoying the battles, please stay tuned. Lock into the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We have round 3 coming up in August 12th or August 14th. Round 4 on October 21st to the 23rd. And the final round of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series for the year for 2022 is going to be November 11th through the 13th here at the beautiful Freedom Factory in Bradenton, Florida.
And up next, we have Billy Mitchell in the lead position, Henry Hinman in the chase position. This is the one more time battle between both of these individuals.
Wow, so here we go. Another one more time battle we're getting to see right in front. Billy Mitchell's on the left. He's going to lead. Henry Hinman going to give chase. Both drivers locked and loaded, ready to go. Zach sending them down, and here we go. Billy Mitchell put in that gap again, just like he did last time on Henry. Henry a little closer this time. He's got to close that gap as they make their way throughout the track. He doesn't want to put himself in the same situation as the last run, but Billy Mitchell, look at just the ability to be able to pull away. Oh, no!
Wow.
Well, that, if you weren't sure, now you sure don't know, now you know. Henry Hinman, unfortunately, making a major correction, causing him out to zero his chase run.
Yeah, and it was looking like a repeat of what happened on the previous battle between both of these individuals until that point. But as you see here, Billy Mitchell just gaining away against Henry Hinman. And you see here, Billy Mitchell hitting that mark, but Henry Hinman just trying to find a way to close that gap, but then it just finds himself wiping out in outer zone number 2.
Right, and I mean, Billy Mitchell doing a great job applying that pressure from the lead position, right? Causing Henry to really push himself and put himself in some awkward situations, right? Causing, it looks like he took out that inside clip there, and just Billy Mitchell just, you know, pedal to the floor, look at his smoke, good angle, but Henry just unfortunately coming short in the second outer zone. But anything can happen.
Right.
I said it over and over again, and we've seen it already unfold in the top 64 battles here.
So the challenge for Billy Mitchell now is just to not repeat what happened before. He got a little careless with how much distance he was putting into Henry Hinman. I think he may have been attacking too much, but let's see if he's able to correct those mistakes.
Yeah, the key to success here for Billy Mitchell is to get a full pull in the chase position. Both drivers working their way down the track. Billy in the chase position. Henry doing a good job filling out that outer zone. Billy right there with him, trying to get in the pocket, getting a little aggressive, trying to dive into the attack, but he doesn't want to be over-aggressive here and just ruin his chances to take home a victory in this top 64 battle between him and Henry. Both drivers making their way through the second outer zone, flicking both cars into the final inside clip. Whoa, Henry way off towards the end of that track.
Whoa, careful there.
Billy doing a good job of maintaining composure and completing the run from the chase position.
Yeah, so we see here back at the replay, it seems like Henry was going a bit way too hot, finds himself on the outer edge, way far, dropping a tire, kicking up that dirt, knocking off that marker on outer zone number 1. But Billy Mitchell right there on the attack as they go through outer zone number 2. Henry finds himself mid-line through outer zone number 2, but Billy Mitchell right there didn't make the same mistake as we saw on the previous run and was able to actually make it through.
Wow, great job, Billy Mitchell. Looking like he might be able to edge out the victory here. Like we mentioned, Henry Hinman making that major correction. So let's see if judges have the decision. Slide him right for Billy Mitchell, slide him left for Henry. And the judges pick Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell advancing on to the top 32. He will join us tomorrow's competition. Henry Hinman, unfortunately, going to have to pack it in, call it a night. Hopefully he sticks around for the party in the pits and enjoys the show tomorrow. Root on his buddies that are still in the competition. All right, and this is a battle that we were talking about before the one more times.
Right.
Brandon Whitnick driving a borrowed car. Unfortunately, not able to get his car back up to spec in order to compete today in a right-hand drive chassis, longer chassis, I believe different power plant or similar power plants.
Well, his previous car, there was just no time. It was a week ago that the car was pretty much totaled, and there was no way that he would have been able to have a car to be able to compete in this round. But luckily, though, he had some friends to help him out. You had Trent from White Plate Imports was able to provide him a vehicle. As you see, this vehicle here, right-hand drive, 2JZ powered, and he's here. He's there, and I mean, he's still getting acquainted with the right-hand drive. He's not used to it, but let's see what happens.
It hasn't stopped him. We've seen him put it down some solid practice runs. He put down some good qualifying runs, earned him a spot in the top 64 battles here today. So we got Brandon Whitnick, number 11, the qualifier, on the left, and we have Brett Collins qualifying number 54 in the qualifying, and Brandon's going to lead. Brett Collins going to give chase. Brett seemed to be struggling a little bit during qualifying. Hopefully, if he had mechanical issues, he was able to keep that car together and put down a solid chase run. And okay, both drivers down the track. Brandon initiating, getting nice and deep into that first outer zone. Brett trying to dive into the attack as they work their way through that first outer zone. Look at the smoke and the commitment for Brandon, and the car is not even doing an excellent job throwing down, losing a bumper, but that's okay. Brett making a major correction. They're almost shallowing out his line in the chase position. Both drivers working. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Brandon cannot be. What a solid run up until that point. So we're going to want to focus on the last portion of this run.
Yeah, things were looking really good for Brandon up to that point, but let's take a look back at what happened beforehand. As you see, Brandon Whitnick on the outer edge of outer zone 1, right where he needs to be, goes through inner clip 1 very well, but Brett Collins right there on the attack. Brandon just made a little bit adjustment there on outer zone number 2, but as we go and take a look at what transpired on the final inner clip, just wiping out.
Wow, Brett doing a great job avoiding a collision and almost doing a tandem spin out there. Interesting turn of events here. Brett Collins very shallow into the second outer zone.
Oof, look at that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brandon dropping a tire, ripping off his back bumper. I mean, not too big a deal. I'm sure they, you're lending Brandon your car. You know he's going to go all out in that car. He's not going to take it easy. And he's doing a great job, but unfortunately, just coming into that last inside clip a little too hot, over-rotating the car, and quite possibly having a major deficit. Can he overcome that? We know in the chase position, Brandon is fierce. As I mentioned before, king of the one more times.
Right.
We'll see what happens. Brett, he's going to have to put down a solid lead run. If Brett can pull out a solid lead run, there's a good chance he can edge out this victory.
And it's possible he made it to qualifying.
Absolutely. Seemed like the car is a little more dialed in than it was during practice. So Brett, pressure's on. Got to get a full pull here, Brett, in order to walk away with this victory. So Brandon is not going to make it easy. You're going to look for Brandon to make his attack. I have a feeling he's going to make his attack probably halfway through that first outer zone, and he's going to just beeline for the side of that Brett Collins car and just try to stay there right with him. Let's see what happens.
Right.
Let's see what happens. I know Brandon is fully capable. Both drivers working their way down the track, and it looks like he's got the restart light. Restart light there. We go. Brandon's gonna. That's a nice car. I mean, if you're gonna borrow a car, can I borrow it? I want to borrow it. Not to compete, just to drive it.
It's a big car too.
Yeah. All right. As you
Hard
see,
to tell. Is that a Mark II or?
I can't. I haven't got a chance to take a good look at it, but
I know it's a JZX-9.
Brandon Whitnick back up to the line. Brett Collins going to lead. Brandon going to give chase. Both drivers very experienced and very capable. Both aggressive in both lead and chase positions. So it's going to be an interesting battle. All right, Brett's out the gate. Look at Brandon almost right there at the back bumper as they make their way through the first outer zone. There you go. Brandon going to dive in, just like I said. Oh, shorten up a little bit, caused him to drop back. Brett doing a good job coming out of that first outer zone. Both cars flicking into the second outer zone. Here we go. Brandon going to try to dive into that pocket. Brett running a really shallow line through that second outer zone. Brandon staying right there with him. Will Brett comes? Oh! Wow! That was interesting.
Indeed.
Yeah, we need to focus on the last portion of this track.
Right. So let's take a look at the replay. As you see, Brandon making an adjustment right there on midway through outer zone number 1, so that kind of made him lose some ground, but then he goes back in for the attack, going through outer zone number 2. You see Brett kind of hugging the inside, not where he wants to be, but this is where you see a problem.
All right, so we talked about this a little earlier, right? There are certain decel areas of the track.
Exactly.
That was not one of those decel zones. The decel zone is the judges provide certain decel zones in certain areas of the track, and they usually tend to be small decel zones, and that allows the drivers to make necessary corrections, but not drop too much speed, because then we come back to this, is it unchaseable, right? Was the correction that Brandon had to make in the chase position caused by Brett Collins' slowdown? And how is this going to affect the first half of this run? But right now it looks like Brandon's car is on the side there, and I see not just different vehicles coming out there. I see a tow truck coming out there. I mean, that's quick. That's service right there.
Yeah, let's take a look again at the replay from another angle. See,
Yeah, right there.
We're gonna want to focus on what happened on the final turn, but leading up to it, as you can see, Brett Collins making some mistakes, applying the brakes were not where he wants to apply it at. So of course that's going to be marked against them. But
right there, it's really slowing down there.
Right.
And those of you that guys are here live, you hear us talking. We're basically going play by play over the replay. If you want to be able to enjoy the replays, go ahead and go to ballfeeble.com and join us on the live stream. That way you can see the breakdowns and the slow motion replays that judges are able to utilize in order to figure out a victory.
Right.
But regardless, Brandon Whitnick's car is going on the tow truck. So win, lose, draw one more time. But we looked like he made contact there with the driver's side wheel there. He may have snapped like a tie rod or something.
Possibly.
Right there, boom, little contact there. So maybe some issues on the front end of Brandon Whitnick's car. I believe Brandon still has his 5 minutes timeout. So if this goes one more time, or if he gets the win, then he has all night.
Correct.
Doesn't have to compete. These drivers that are competing in the top 64 won't have to face competition again until tomorrow's top 32 battle.
Yeah, and a lot of scenarios could play out. I mean, evidently the judges need to decide who's at fault, so that could determine which driver is allowed adequate, extra time to fix the vehicle. Will Brett Collins move on, or will Brandon Whitnick create an upset?
Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us, not just live, but also on the live stream for the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series here at the beautiful Freedom Factory, home of Cletus McFarland. And, of course, this series is brought to you by BC Racing Coilovers, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal Steering Wheels, ECU Master, Haltech Champion Racing Oil, Ignite Racing Fuels, Drift HQ, Kansei Wheels, Tire Streets, Fuel Lab, Dutchworks, and Radium Engineering. We want to thank all our sponsors for supporting. We want to thank you guys that are watching on the live streams for supporting Clutch Kickers as well. In its third season, this is evolving into something great. We see that Clutch Kickers is providing this venue and the ability for these grassroots drivers to compete against at these pro level competitors and drivers. So it's a good place to come test your skills. If you're interested in competing, log on to Clutch Kickers website and you can see what the qualifications are, your tech rules, what are the judging criteria. All that information is available for you at theclutchkickers.com. And also follow them on Instagram and Facebook so you can stay up to date on what's going on.
Now, something I want to bring out that may be a cause for concern for Brandon Whitnick. If something happens where he's able to fix his car, will he have the parts to fix it? This is a car that he typically has. It's borrowed.
That's a good point.
So will he have the tools and the parts to be able to actually get it back together?
Right.
If it goes in his favor.
Right. So as a driver, you bring in your own car, you plan for certain things to happen, right? So you bring extra parts. So if you break something, you can make the necessary repair. Brandon Whitnick being in a borrowed car may not necessarily have the parts to repair his vehicle. Not only that, it's not just a borrowed car. If he was in a borrowed S14, S13, there's a wealth of parts out in the pit area that a lot of drivers are willing to donate or share for those competitors that need those parts. But he's not in the typical chassis, right? He's in a borrowed car, may not have the parts necessary. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. He may have taken a loss, so he may not even have to worry. He may have to call it a weekend just by the performance. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. I know the judges are still debating on what's going on, so hopefully we'll have a decision soon. We are working late into the night here. It's almost 10:30 in beautiful Bradenton, Florida. The weather has turned out to our favor. We haven't had to stop. We've been able to keep the action going and haven't had to have those rain delays that we had last round. So thank goodness for that. And we're looking forward to having the same repeat weather tomorrow.
Judges still deliberating on that last battle. There's arguments on both sides.
Exactly. The drivers, they're out here, they're pushing it to the limits. Oh, we are getting results. I'm here, we are getting results, so let's see what happens here. All the staff putting a hard day's work here for the love and the passion of the sport, and it looks like Slide him left for Brett Collins. Slide him right for Brandon Whitnick. And I'm assuming that's Brett Collins.
One more time.
Is it one more time?
One more time.
Oh, my goodness. It's one more time.
The king of one more time has struck again.
I told you, Brandon Whitnick is the king of one more time. I think that driver has gone more one more times. You know, it's got to be intimidating to going against him because something happens that just causes that one more time, gives him a chance to get back in, and now can he make the repairs needed?
Right.
He's got that 5-minute timeout, so he's going to have to utilize that. Or the judges maybe have to assess fault. So in this situation where you have two drivers that there's a collision, the drivers both have these 5-minute timeouts that they're allowed to utilize, one per event or one per weekend. But if the driver that has to make the repair, if the damage caused to his car was fault of the other driver, he's allotted additional time. So he can make the necessary repairs because he's not deemed at fault. So if Brett Collins was deemed at fault for this collision here, Brandon Whitnick will have the additional time. But then it comes down, does he have the parts?
Right. I mean, I can think of one individual who may have the parts. Shout out to Tommy Roche
from
is he here? Orlando. I don't know if he's here, but I know he has a JZX as well. And
yeah, we got to hang out with Tommy not too long ago. I got to drive in the JZX meet at OSW, so that was a lot of fun. I got to spend the day drifting with Brian Sturman. That was by far one of the most fun events I've had in a long time. So shout out to Brian Sturman. I know he's not here today, but brother, thank you for just tandeming with me all day. It was a blast. Look forward to the next round. Look forward to seeing you out here again. There's another E30 out here. Actually, there's two E30s out here today. Chris Jackson and Reed McKibney.
Right.
So we missed you out here. So you got to work your way back, buddy. All right, so it looks like we have our next battle. Josiah Falaise in the FDF S14 going to go against the 22nd qualifier, Sean Booth, in that red Nissan S15. This is going to be an exciting battle. This is going to be one of the battles that you want to watch. And maybe I'm calling it, but this might be one of those battles that you see on TikTok or something like that. I don't know. We'll see.
What?
Both.
Wait, what?
These drivers are both exciting drivers. There's something's going to happen here. I got a feeling. I got an inkling. Something exciting is going to happen here.
Oh, okay.
All right, Sean Booth, he's going to lead. He's in the on the left there in that red Nissan S15, the 22nd qualifier. Josiah Falaise, Mr. FDF Fab himself, on the right-hand side, qualified 43rd. He's going to get chased. Both drivers out the gate. Here we go, side by side. Josiah right there with Sean. Nice aggressive entry into that first outer zone. Josiah not being phased, trying to stay right there with them. Dive into the pocket as both drivers make it past. Whoa! Josiah getting aggressive through that infield there, but both drivers maintaining composure. Sean trying to put a nice wide lead run through that second outer zone. Doing pretty good. Whoa! Wow, Josiah diving in for the attack. Exciting run. Great chase job by Josiah, not over-rotating, able to capitalize on the mistakes he made earlier. Great run by both drivers.
Right, and Sean Booth having some issues on the initiation on outer zone number 1, falling on midline, could have gone a little bit wider out, but Josiah just on the attack, and luckily though he wasn't able to lose drift. He made some corrections there on the chase position, but right there to attack Sean Booth wherever he was. And I mean, look at the finish, side by side.
Definitely one of the better tandems of the night. Definitely one of the best battles, but we're not over yet. They still have to switch positions. Go back to the second half of this battle between Josiah Falaise and Sean Booth. Just looking at Sean Booth's car from the first time I saw it at Clutch Kickers, I believe it was season 1, and he's just been able to be so competitive in that chassis. And you can see it's got the scars of some fierce battles at the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series through the last 3 seasons. But here we go. Josiah Falaise going to lead in the FDF S14. Sean Booth going to give chase in his red Nissan S15. And here we go. Wow, Josiah pulling about a car or so gap on Sean. Sean's got some ground to make up. Both drivers making their way through that first outer zone. Sean diving in the pocket, getting right there with, able to close that gap Both drivers transitioning to the infield into the second outer zone. There we go. Sean Booth diving in for the attack. Oh my gosh, staying right there with him.
It's still there.
Both drivers staying in drift. Amazing job by not just Josiah, but Sean Booth as they make their way. Exciting battle.
Give it up.
I tell you, I told you. I knew it was going to be exciting.
People here are getting their money's worth with that battle right there.
I knew it. I knew it was going to be an exciting battle. Both drivers, exciting to watch.
Exactly. So both drivers making the same kind of mistakes in their lead positions, but I mean, it's just I'm still wrapping my mind around what just happened, trying to get myself reacquainted. But Sean Booth, look at that on the attack, side by side, and just there all the way. I mean, major stop points for Sean Booth on that one.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I got hats off to Josiah for staying in it, right? When you're in the car, you feel that nudge. I mean, you know, look at me, you're almost like, and yeah, so Sean is on the right-hand side. I mean, he could have literally reached out and touched someone. And that someone being Josiah Fillets as they work their way out the track. I mean, I don't know. Do you think he handed them like a cheeseburger or something? I don't know.
Possible.
He's like, hey, here's a Twizzler. Both guys making it around the track, doing a great job. Sean Booth staying in it. Josiah not letting that little bump from Sean Booth to phase him, right? Staying in drift, staying on the throttle, maintaining composure, and it looks like we may have a decision here. Oh, one more time! One more time battle between Josiah Fillets and Sean Booth. Now it's going to come down to not just a test of wills between drivers, but a test of machines. Can these cars going at it over and over again? You know, and that's almost like a tactic that I see with Brandon. Well, look, Sean, pretty happy there, but Brandon, he's the one that we often see go those one more times, and it's almost like he wears down his opponent. It's like Rocky Balboa in the ring, right? He's going to take him 12 rounds, just going to wear him down, and to the point where he ends up taking the victory, which he does a lot of times.
Going the distance.
Going the distance. So now it's Josiah and Sean.
But now, burning the tires, we have Ben Julian and Justin Bauer.
Justin Bauer out here. Ben Julian, unfortunately, having some issues last round. Sustaining damage to the vehicle. Was able to finish the competition. Camera in the pits there. We see both drivers kind of checking each other out. That's Josiah on your left, and that's Sean Booth on your right. No?
No, actually, I believe that was Adam LZ.
Was it Adam LZ?
It looked like it.
I don't know. It's hard to see. I don't know if the backs were turned.
Ah, okay.
But anyways, all these drivers lending hand and lending advice to each other. So it's great to see the camaraderie in the pits. There's some pretty fierce battles. Oh, yeah, I think you are right.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. But now we want to focus our attention as Ben Julian makes his way in the lead position down the track. And a little movement out, and Ben's using the out car, flicking it in to that first outer zone. Justin trying to close that gap on that little Miata of Ben Julian. Both cars coming out that first outer zone, working their way through. Whoa! Major correction there by Justin. Still in the game, though. Nothing too crazy, but did make a major correction there. Both drivers working their way through the final portion of the track. Ben Julian doing a great job putting the car in the right spots. A little shallow on the outer zones, but overall, solid run by Ben Julian.
Right, and looking back at the replay, as you just mentioned, Ben Julian falling midline through outer zone number 1. But Justin right there to apply some pressure, but something happened over here. He just lost, I mean, a major correction that just made him lose ground against Ben Julian. Ben Julian kind of increased his distance away, and then Justin kind of found a way to kind of like get back in it. But that's just a major problem right there. I think he just waited too long to transition, and then kind of like set his car up not where he wanted it to be.
Ben Julian, not somebody you want to, fall behind in the advantage here, right? Ben Julian, a well-seasoned veteran of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We've seen him take out some major players in the series throughout the seasons. So Ben Julian, now he's just got to stay in the pocket in the chase position. Right now, it appears that Justin is on a deficit here now. Ben Julian sitting on an advantage from what we can tell. Both drivers, whoa! Ben Julian almost right in the bumper, almost colliding for a split second there, maintaining control, staying in the pocket, doing a good job. Justin doing a pretty good job in the lead position, but that's going to allow Ben to suck up that Lubier. Look how he just dives in the pocket. It's almost like he can fit that car into the passenger seat as they make their way through the side. And out the track there, Ben really doing a great job in the chase position. We can expect nothing less.
Right, and a great job by Ben to gauge the speed, and he saw that he was going a bit too hot, so he slowed down, but didn't lose a lot of momentum, and he was right there to be able to attack when it came down to initiating into outer zone number 1. And you see Justin there trying to hit the marks, make some adjustments there, falls midline to outer zone number 2. Ben Julian right there, right next to him. So we didn't see a major correction like we saw Justin did on the chase position. So what's going to happen here?
I don't know, we'll see. But look, like you mentioned before, Ben Julian doing a good job of making the necessary corrections, but not losing ground. Right, he was able to stop from colliding into the back of Justin's car on entry, but not enough to where he lost that proximity. Right, he was able to stay in the pocket and still able to attack, and that's just showing that experience of Ben Julian being able to chase Justin Bauer. And it's unanimous. Ben Julian is advancing on to the top 32. Unfortunately, Justin's going to call it a weekend, but great effort, unfortunately. But Ben Julian is advancing on to the top 32. We're going to see Ben Julian, and he might possibly have to go against his buddy, Taylor Ray.
Oh, yeah.
Both drivers going to be in tomorrow's competition. We've seen it before. And a lot of times we don't want to see certain drivers battle each other early in the competition. But nonetheless, all the drivers here are here to take home that $10,000 first prize. All right, next battle we have Davey Peoples, number 59th qualifier. He's going to do battle against Taxi Garage's very own Nick Ward, number 6th qualifier. Nick Ward exceeding his expectations last round. I got to tell you that he's elated today to just be where he is in the top 6, not just in the top 64, qualifying 6th overall. He was in a great position here. So now, it's not handed to him, right? Anything can happen. He's going to go against Davey Peoples. Davey Peoples did qualify 59th, so he's on the lower end of the qualifying bracket, but we've seen anything happen before. So Nick Ward's just got to hold it together, put down a nice lead run, as you see him in the lead lane there on the left in that Taxi Garage S14, and Davey going to chase right there next to him in that Mustang. Judge is ready. Zach giving the drivers the okay to get ready to go. And we're off. There we go. Nick out front. He's been trying to put a gap as they break their way through the entry. Whoa, Nick really coming in hot. Maintaining control. He's got some room to make up here, but he's able to. Let's see if he can close that gap as they make their way through the infield. And he's diving in. Nick Ward doing a good job of trying to stay on the edge of that track. Nick's doing an excellent job filling up that outer zone. Both cars flicking in. Now he's got to hold it together. Nick Ward, give it up for Nick Ward. Nice lead run. Davey Peoples struggling a little bit in that chase position.
Right, and I think what Nick Ward did a good job at it going into the first outer zone is that he initiated late, but he was aware that he could run that risk because he has the grip to kind of grab onto the outer zone where he needed to be, and he does a good job of finding it, positioning his car onto the edge of outer zone number 1. But you see here, Davey Peoples kind of making some adjustments to try to keep up with Nick Ward. And I mean, you see from another angle over here, Davey Peoples throwing some sparks actually. That bump may have possibly just thrown him off. Making some adjustments, trying to close in that gap. And Nick Ward just doing a solid.
Yeah, he's doing a great job putting on a show here with his teammate, Taxi Garage team member Ryan Kaufman here. Unfortunately, Ryan Kaufman getting knocked out by Jaden Martirana, but Nick Ward, he's in it to win it. Qualifying number 6, looking like he has the advantage going into the second half of this battle between Nick Ward and Davey Peoples. Here we go, Davey out front, Nick Ward standing right there with him. Got to stay calm, cool, and collective, apply the pressure, but not be overly aggressive and make many major errors. Davey Peoples very shallow, dropping a tire through that first outer zone. Both cars flicking it. Nick, can he maintain composure? Nick diving into the attack. Both cars working their way through that second outer zone. Davey a little sloppy as he makes his way through that second outer zone. Nick right there with him. Both cars exchanging. No! No! Oh. Nick.
mean, Nick Ward was doing a great job just mitigating the issues that Davey Peoples was having. He was offline, drops a tire. I mean, I don't know. You could possibly argue, maybe we've got to look at another angle, maybe 2 tires. We'll have to see. But Davey Peoples just making a lot of corrections over here, finds his way somewhere, in the middle of the outer zone number 2. But this is where Nick Ward just loses it, and you just hate to see it.
Wow. So now there's some things that come to play because Davey Peoples dropped some tires off the track. Did he drop 2 tires, right? When it comes to judging, if the lead car zeroes out his run, right?
Right.
It's not the chase driver is not responsible for finishing out his run. The rest of the run, he's already got the victory.
Right.
Now in the chase position, if the chase car zeroes out his run, it's still on that lead driver to finish his run. So now it's going to play. How many tires did Davey Peoples give you? Did he drop 2 tires? Whoa, really far off there.
Right.
Hard to tell from this angle though.
Right.
So is it all she wrote for Nick Ward? Not really too sure. So judges are going to have to play this over and over again and revisit this that first outer zone there. See if they can come up with a winner here. I know Nick is not happy with the last portion of that track.
Right.
I know
and it was looking well for him, but leading up to that point.
It looked like the victory was assured, but I don't know. We'll see. We're watching a replay. We're just going over the end of the first outer zone where Davey appears to drop definitely 1 tire, possibly 2 tires.
And
if that's the case, that would zero out Davey's run before Nick Ward spun.
Right,
which would seemingly award the victory to Nick Ward. We'll see. Judges are really analyzing this run, going over back and forth. Both drivers doing a phenomenal job. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us out here today. This is round 2 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Shout out to Mike Castleberry and his crew for the Klutch Kickers, and shout out to Cletus McFarland. Unfortunately, Cletus, getting knocked out of competition early. He's getting used to that new chassis, right? The new Ford Mustang. But Mike Castleberry, Klutch Kickers, Cletus McFarland, Freedom Factory, what a collaboration, and able to just take Klutch Kickers to that next level, providing such an amazing venue to be able to change the layouts, provide challenges to these drivers. You guys are interested in see if your favorite driver is gone yet, go ahead and log on to the Klutch Kickers /100K Drift Series. You can go ahead and check out the live bracket. Continuing to refresh that live bracket as the event goes on, you can see exactly if your favorite driver has went, or if they did, who they won or lost against, so you can stay up to date on the information provided by Klutch Kickers. Also log on to their social media outlets, Facebook and Instagram, to find out that information as well. If you want to be a competitor in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, the doors are open. Just hop onto the website, see what it takes to set up your car or to pass tech, come out here and throw down with the big boys.
Right. See how you stack up.
Right, and I'm glad you said that, because how do you stack up as a driver? Have you ever competed before? There are a lot of drivers that drift for years and years and years and never compete. And one of the things that we say as a driver, you're trying to push yourself to the next level. There's nothing like competition experience. Competition pushes you as a driver, not just mentally, but also pushes your vehicle to the limit. So you learn these limits, you're able to surpass those limits, take that experience, and improves you as a driver all the way around. So a lot of times you see these drivers, they'll never compete before in their career drifting, maybe they've drifted for 10 years or however long, and they grow in competition. The amount that they grow as a driver during competition surpasses abundant. So it's good. Maybe you're not really concerned about taking home first place, but you want to build yourself, push yourself as a driver. Klutch Kickers is the place to do that.
So judges still looking over replays, trying to see. I mean, it's unfortunate that with that particular camera angle that takes a look at the outer zone number 1 is obstructed by the pole.
Yeah.
So we can't get. From our end, we can't get a definite answer as to. But in any case, we have a decision. We're going to take a look, see what the judges decided it is. it's looking like. Oh, Dwayne will.
What's the decision?
Yep, and it looks like
Davey Peoples is going to go ahead and walk away with the victory. Unfortunately, Nick Ward going to have to call it a weekend. All right, it's, I know Nick Ward is not happy with the way he ended this battle, basically taking himself out at the end there, spinning out in the chase position. You know, basically handing the win to Davey Peoples. Davey Peoples making his way into the top 32. Nick Ward, qualifying sixth, doing a great job. Definitely had the advantage up until the last point. Right? What a shame.
Like I said, you hate to see it.
I hate to see it happen, but it happens. That is the sport of drifting. That is the sport of drifting. Up next, we have the 7th qualifier, Taylor Hull, rocking that Chevy Corvette this year. Last year, you saw him in the Cadillac.
Oh, no. Actually, I take it back.
Oh, no. I take that back. Yep. We are not. We are going into the one more time battle between Josiah Felice and Sean Booth. Josiah, that FDF Fab S14. Sean Booth, that beautiful red S50. Both drivers just putting on one of the best shows, hardest fought battles we've seen so far in the top 64. So, you know, it's really a shame to see either one of the drivers get taken out, because we know both these drivers would put a hell of a show on tomorrow in the top 32. But unfortunately, one man must win, one man must lose. There can be only one. And then, you know, unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. Sean Booth on the left there, he's going to lead. Josiah is going to give chase. Both drivers locked and loaded. We're getting thumbs up. Zach getting out of the way there. We're going to send him out. Here we go. Sean Booth out front. Josiah closely behind in the chase position. Both cars flicking it into the initiation. Making their way through that first outer zone. Josiah staying right in that pocket of Sean Booth side by side. Coming out of that first outer zone. Both cars flicking into the second outer zone. Here we go. Well, Josiah, a little correction, causing him to fade back a little. Now he's got to try to close that gap, cut the inside line. Both drivers flicking into that final inside clip. Oh, so that's kind of interesting. So, really a good run by both drivers.
Right.
In that second outer zone. Maybe Josiah corrected a little too much.
Right, and you see Sean Booth doing a good job getting himself into outer zone number 1, going wide, setting himself up for the switchback very well. Josiah making a major correction here. It almost looked like it took him some time to actually get back on the power where he needed it to go, and then finds himself back, and then kind of makes another correction there again on the final inner clip.
Both drivers coming through that, past that first inside clip.
Let's take a look.
Josiah in the pocket.
Oh.
Slow transition there. Actually, I just noticed that. A little slow transition.
Right.
To that second outer zone. Anyhow, switch rolls. Josiah's going to lead. Sean Booth's going to give chase. Josiah going to lead. Sean Booth going to give chase. Working our way towards the end of the top 64 battle. Here we go. Both drivers locked and loaded. Rocketing down the straight. Both cars flipping it into that first outer zone. Josiah shallow in that first outer zone. But Sean Booth right there with him in the pocket. Both cars making their way through the infield into the second outer zone. Sean Booth right there, diving in for the attack, cutting that line. Josiah doing a really good job of filling out that outer zone. Here we go. Both cars flicking it into that final inside clip. Oh, I will tell you, Sean Booth, great job in the chase position.
Indeed.
Josiah allowing that good chase. Great lead run.
Indeed. So, again, similar situation as we saw before with Josiah, kind of like falling midline and then going wide at the exit of outer zone number 1. But Sean Booth, everywhere there where Josiah was at, cutting a little bit of the inside of outer zone number 2 to actually maintain that proximity. And I think a great job from both of these drivers.
This was one of the best battles between Josiah Felice, that FDF Fab, Nissan S14, Sean Booth, and that beautiful red S15. battle like this, it's almost too close to call, so you really have to nitpick every inch of the run for both the lead and chase position for both drivers, right? Where one driver may have one driver may have a more commanding lead run, right? So they're comparing lead run versus lead run, chase run versus chase run, but nonetheless, both drivers, amazing job. Hats off to both drivers. It looks like we have a decision. And it's unanimous. Sean Booth taking out Josiah Falaise and going on to the top 32. Oh, there you go. All right, everybody's happy there. You can see the spectators all over in the pit side of the track. Look at him. He's happy. Look at him. He's excited. He's going to be here tomorrow in the top 32. Okay, here we go. Taylor Hall, number 7 qualifier, going against Sarah Haro as the number 58 qualifier. Sarah in a much less horsepower Mustang, V6 Mustang. It does have some microphone here. Definitely maybe equalized there. We've seen anything happen. Taylor Hall is just a staple of just consistency.
And speed.
His speed and consistency. So, in the lead position, Taylor Hall is going to go first, and that car's a rocket ship. So I expect to see a pretty good gap as they make their way through into the first outer zone. But then the roles switch, right? Now Taylor Hall, I mean, the experience that he brings with him to be able to chase a lesser horsepower car is not something that he's used to experiencing in Formula Drift, right? Most cars are equal or higher horsepower, so it may cause a mistake, but.
Well, no, so you're looking at the 2020 Series champion.
Yeah, this is Season 1 champion Taylor Hall looking to reclaim that title over Alec Honadale's last season champion. And to make their way down the track, Sarah trying to utilize that roll start. Trying to time it, unfortunately, didn't seem like she timed it all too well. And rocketing by her on entry is that Comp Cam Chevy Corvette of Taylor Hall putting on that smoke show. Sarah's got some ground to make up. She's going to do what she can to cut the track and gain proximity, but unfortunately, Taylor Hall, just that rocket ship, putting on a smoke show, making his way, showing his consistency, showing his experience.
Yeah, let's see what happened over here at the start. She takes off, but then all of a sudden has to slow down because she has to give Taylor Hall the right of way going into the first outer zone, and Taylor Hall just took advantage of that opportunity as Sarah just lost that momentum, and he just took off from there. So Sarah just had to play catch-up throughout the rest of the course, and she just struggled throughout, unfortunately.
Yeah, what a shame, but Sarah, valiant effort, coming out over and over again, always just looking to improve her skills. But like you mentioned, the chase driver has the ability to utilize a roll start. And why is a roll start important for the chase driver? It's in a situation just like this. This is the exact situation why the Clutch Kicker staff allows that roll start from the chase position, because quite often we see the lesser horsepower car versus the higher horsepower car. So allowing that chase driver to get a roll start gives the ability for that chase driver to get in the pocket of that higher horsepower car. Unfortunately, Sarah Harrow not able to time it correctly. Valiant effort though, but here we go. Sarah Harrow out front in that Black Pearl Ford Mustang. Taylor Hall right behind. Major correction through that first outer zone of Sarah Harrow, not phasing Taylor Hall in the chase position. Taylor Hall doing a great job of applying the pressure on the slower car of Sarah Harrow. Both drivers making their way through the second outer zone. Taylor Hall showing a commanding performance in that chase position in that Comp Cam Chevy Corvette.
And things got a little dicey for Taylor Hall as he had to make that correction to avoid contact against Sarah Harrow. But as we take a look back, you see Sarah just diving in on the inside, not where she needs to be, unfortunately. And Taylor Hall kind of saw that and was like, whoa, I got to kind of like avoid that, and did a great job there. And so, well, let's get the official results.
Yeah, we have a decision. All right, going to be sliding left for Sarah Harrow, sliding right for Taylor Hall. And it's unanimous. Taylor Hull's going to take the win. Taylor Hull's going to advance on the top 32. Unfortunately, Sarah Harrow in that Black Pearl Ford Mustang is going to have to call it a weekend. But we definitely want to thank her for coming out and competing. Definitely had an uphill battle to go against Taylor Hull. One of the higher horsepower cars out here. Definitely one of the fastest cars in this week's competition. And it looks like we're going back to the one more time battle of Brett Collins and Brandon Whitnick. But you will notice there is no Brandon Whitnick on the track unless he uses cloaking device and is there in the shadows. But it appears that Brandon might not have been able to repair his car. So Brett Collins is utilizing this opportunity to go ahead and do basically his bi-lap, maybe do a last-minute shakedown before tomorrow. So it looks like that you have it there, that Brett Collins is going to advance on to the top 32. Unfortunately, Brandon Whitnick not able to make repairs to his car from what it looks like.
Right, and remember, it's not his car.
No, it's not his car. And one thing about Brandon Whitnick, though, if you guys don't follow him, you can check him out on YouTube. He posts everything. If you want to know the day in the life of Brandon Whitnick and what he goes through events, I mean, he's very good at just documenting and making these YouTube videos. So check him out on YouTube, right? You get really in-depth behind the scenes of what it's like to be not just Brandon Whitnick, but just a competitor with clutch kickers or just living life as a drifter.
All right, so this is interesting because you're getting to hear two engine notes that it's a rare occurrence now, right? Yeah. You're getting the sound of a rotary from Colette Davis's Mazda RX-7, and then you're having a VR6, a Volkswagen VR6. Out of Randy Noah's BMW. So what's going to happen here?
I don't know. Colette Davis, she's unfortunately had some problems with their event that you saw her here in the last round. Was unable to use that car for competition today. But thankfully, she's got her little FCRX7 here with, I think, 3 Doritos in it. Out here ready to do battle. Randy Noah, brand new power plant. Not having any experience prior to today. Both drivers making their way down the track. Colette out front in that RX-7. Randy going to give chase, try to close that gap. Whoa, major correction by Colette in that lead position. We'll see how that affects the rest of the run as Randy trying to apply that pressure in the chase position. Randy in that VR6 powered BMW E46, and Colette stayed tried and true to the rotary in her Mazda RX-7. Both drivers doing a great job. Little shaky. I would say probably want to focus on the lead position for Colette in that first outer zone.
Right, and it almost seemed like she may have perhaps double initiated or may have perhaps initiated way too late. Unfortunately, we missed that on the replay right now, but we're taking a look at the rest of the run. Colette Davis doing a good job there. Falls inside of outer zone number 2. Randy Noah right there trying to work around those mistakes. But again, I just would like to go back to see what happened in initiating. There we go. Let's take a look here. She initiates, goes a little straight. Ooh.
It almost looks like she went to throw it in, initiate, and it didn't break loose.
Right.
Getting back on the throttle, reinitiating. But was it a double initiation? Was she able to get that car sideways before the initiation cone? That's what the judges are going to have to focus on.
Yeah, let's take another look over here on the bald eagle cam. See here, straight, and then initiates and straight again.
Oh, anyways, here we go. They're sending him back down. Randy Noah out front. Colette Davis. Whoa! Randy Noah way inside, causing a major correction from Colette Davis. Both cars making their way through. Unscathed, though. Not pretty, but hey, they're getting around the track. Randy Noah, you got to finish off this run. See if he can edge out Colette Davis. Both drivers making some pretty major mistakes in the lead position in that first outer zone.
Right.
So now it does come down to, did both drivers zero out their lead run, or was one stake greater than the other?
But we want to take a look and focus on how many tires did he drop on the inside. I mean, it was already evident he was offline.
Correct.
Right, but did he drop 2 tires? I mean, it's hard to see from this angle, but Randy Noah dropping one of the inner clips there. Midline through outer zone number 2. Colette Davis falling a little bit behind, but working her way to close that gap. But key focus on is the initiation.
Yeah, really going to focus on both drivers in their lead position. Now, Colette definitely way off track there, but she's trying to follow that lead run of Randy Noah, utilizing Randy Noah as that mobile clipping point. Colette having her own share of difficulties making her way through that and past that first inside clip. A very shallow angle, trying to sacrifice angle and line in order to close the gap. But was it too much? Randy Noah definitely dropping at least one tire on that first outer zone. Way off line, but as you mentioned, whose mistake is going to weigh greater in the eyes of the judges? It almost seemed like Colette had a little trouble initiating in the chase position as well.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
It's a very uncharacteristic sound. I can hear that rotary all the way across the track, and we do have results. Well, all right.
So
and Randy Noah is taking the win. Randy Noah is taking the win. Colette Davis, unfortunately, not able to edge out Randy. Randy has some work to do, though. I mean, that Volkswagen motor inside that BMW, keeping it Euro, but it may prove to be a solid platform for him. Definitely taking a different route, right? Some may say he's taking a long way home. I don't know. VR6 powered BMW E46 of Randy Noah going to be in tomorrow's competition in the top 32. Colette Davis, unfortunately, calling it a weekend, but not before trying to battle it out with Randy Noah.
So up next, we're going to have George Thomas in the Monster Performance Nissan 240XX going up against Brandon McDowell in the Injuku Racing Nissan 350Z. And I'm expecting this whole venue to be covered in smoke with these two competitors.
Yeah, both drivers, both have heavy feet, and Brandon known to be super aggressive. George Thomas as well. It's going to be an exciting battle for sure. Brandon really trying to edge out the victory. He wants to take home that prize. At Clutch Kickers, typically we see when we're at the Emerald Coast Dragway, one of the most aggressive entries that we would see consistently with Brandon McDowell. So we're going to bring that aggression in the chase position as he chases down George Thomas, Monster Performance, S14. Both cars coming very shallow through that first outer zone. Brandon right there with George as they make their way out of that first outer zone through the infield. Both cars flicking into that second outer zone. Brandon trying to stay in the pocket. George, major corrections, almost straightening out through that second outer zone. He's got some ground to make up. Brandon staying comical, collected. Whoa! Unfortunately, if he wasn't sure, that kind of sealed the deal right there. George Thomas spinning out at the end.
Yeah, so let's take a look at both drivers falling midway through outer zone number 1 and making corrections throughout and going through the inner clip 1. George Thomas making some corrections there. That's where the problems really just almost took him out there. I mean, probably argue maybe possibly unchaseable, but regardless, George Thomas spins out going through the inner clip number 2.
And we only got about 4 or so battles remaining in the top 64 competition. Right now we have George Thomas and Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell on the left there in that Juku Racing 350Z. Going to go ahead and lead the way as George Thomas is going to give chase to that Monster Performance S14. Here we go. Brandon McDowell aggressive on entry, very shallow on initiation. George way offline, almost dropping 2 tires. Now he's off track. Now Brandon McDowell just has to hold it together as he works his way around the track. Anything can happen. He's in the lead position. He has to finish this run, but we're not expecting anything crazy. You see Brandon McDowell always showing that consistency and that experience, that aggressiveness that we know Brandon McDowell to be as a driver.
And you're seeing a trend here. If you haven't noticed that a lot of these drivers are going into the first outer zone, midline, falling midline, and again, it's just maybe perhaps just they're not expecting that section of the course to be as gripped up as it is. But you see Brandon McDowell works his way around it. Unfortunately, George Thomas, though, he just goes off the track and is not able to compete against Brandon McDowell.
Well, it looks like we may have a decision here. I can already see Hurt and Sasha Prospero pulling up to the line. So let's see what happens. All right, on the screen, you see Brandon McDowell on the left, George Thomas on the right. Slide him left. Brandon McDowell is going to go ahead and take the victory. Brandon McDowell advancing on to the top 32 in tomorrow's competition. Unfortunately, George just had too many mistakes, not able to overcome Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell, hard fought, showing his consistency. We look forward to seeing him tomorrow battling it out through the top 32. And on the left there, you're going to see that's the number 10th qualifier in Sasha Prospero. And on the right, the 55th qualifier in Hurt. Like, I want to say his full name, but it's like it just Hurt's easier.
I don't believe
That's where everybody knows him. Hurt
Yeah,
Life, right?
exactly.
So is he going to put a hurting on Sasha Prospero as they make their way throughout the track from the chase position? I guess we're going to find out. Here we go. Both drivers making their way down the track. Sasha out front. Hurt got some ground to make up. Both drivers flicking into that first outer zone. Hurt doing a good job trying to cut that line and gain proximity. Here we go. Both drivers flicking it through that first inside clip, flicking it back into that second outside zone. Hurt trying to dive in that pocket. A little shallow in his angle, the chase position going into the second outer zone, but maintaining composure, keeping it in there. Ooh, no, Hurt straightening out towards the end. That's not what we want to see.
Yeah, I want to take a look again at the initiation. Sasha initiated pretty late, but put himself right where he needed to be. So let's take a look now as both drivers take off. Hurt right there, trying to get right alongside him on the initiation. I have to see it again, maybe from another angle, but in any case, see as they transition over. Hurt having some issues through the outer zone number 2. There you see he straightened out. He saw that he probably yanked the e-brake just a little bit just to regain that drift that he lost going there, but then all of a sudden he just lost drift before he finished the course. But taking a look at another angle, we'll see.
That transition. Watch how close Hurt gets to the back bumper of Sasha. I mean, inches.
Right.
Inches. We're going to pass that first inside clip. And,
Judges are ready.
See, that's the thing. If you're watching this on the live stream, hey, you can rewind a little bit.
Right.
Look at it, right? All right, here we go. Both drivers making their way down the track. Hurt out front. And Sasha going to chase while Hurt way offline, diving way too inside, dropping a tire. Sasha doing a good job maintaining composure. Both drivers flicking it through that, past that first inside clip. And here they go, both drivers making their way through that second outer zone. Hurt doing a better job through this outer zone, trying to keep it wide. Sasha right there with him, applying that pressure. That's what he needs to do to edge out a victory over Hurt. Both drivers doing a great job. But I will say it seems that Sasha may have the advantage here as he's going to, I guess, point the focus to the first outer zone.
Right, and again, it's first outer zone is causing so many problems for a lot of these competitors. But I mean, you see, it's hard to figure out what's happening. I'm just curious. But Hurt doing a great job there. Outer zone number 2, putting himself in a better position compared to Sasha when he was in the lead position. But major difference though is that Sasha did not stop drifting like Julian did.
And it's very important that there's different things that can equate to a zero. Not used to watch drifting.
Right, and we're looking at the first run.
Right. The drivers must maintain drift. They have to not lose drift, whether straighten out, not spin out, not go off course. Right now, unfortunately, we're not seeing the replay.
Seeing the previous battle. So we're taking a look again at Sasha Prospero in the lead position. Where did he begin? See, that's the thing. They're trying to look exactly where did he initiate. The initiation cone right at the left side of the camera angle. We're going to take a look now. We want to see exactly where he initiated because that may determine exactly whether or not he may have initiated it way too late and could possibly have deemed a zero for that run.
I want to watch initiation cone. It's almost at that right there at that corner of that gray patch of the concrete in the center.
Right.
It's almost like you have that gray line between the asphalt and the concrete that they have to initiate. The car has to be sideways. The car has to be in drift. Shallow or not, it just has to be in drift. After that, it could possibly lead to a zero. So we'll see if that's going to play into the decision. But we do have a decision.
See what the judge decided. Oh, one more time.
One more time. There you go. Hurt and Sasha Prospero are going to go at it one more time. We're almost done with the top 64. Our next battle looks like it's going to be Matt Shulman and Emerson Noguera. Emerson in that Victory Performance, Victory Motorsports, BMW E36, and Matt Shulman overcoming issue after issue in so many rounds that have passed, right? We've seen him come back from a serious car fire in that vehicle, having to rebuild the chassis, and to come back and just suffer some blown engine. So it looks like he's got everything taken care of. So Matt Shulman, he's in it to win it. He's going to be in the lead position. Emerson Noguera, he's not a slouch, right? He's definitely familiar to clutch kickers. He's been around for a while, utilizing that roll start. Both cars coming down the straight. Matt Shulman, nice and aggressive in initiation, getting nice and wide, putting the car where it needs to be through that first outer zone. Both cars working their way through the infield. Emerson has some ground to make up. Can he close the gap? Can he dive into the attack? Not doing it. Shulman's doing an excellent job of fending off Emerson Noguera's attack. But towards the end, Emerson able to close that gap. Both drivers flicking it past the final inside clip. Shulman, looks like he's got that car dialed in.
Right, both drivers actually looking solid in this first half of their battle. So, as you mentioned, Emerson kind of took advantage of that rolling start, and Matt Shulman, though, just taking off into outer zone number 2, going wide and right, positioning the car where it needs to be, transitioning. Emerson, though, does fall back through the inner clip number 1, but is able to actually regain his composure and go back on the attack. So I think, if anything, that's going to be his major deficit.
Yeah, so that may be the deciding factor on who's going to go into the second half of this battle with the advantage. But Matt Shulman, he's been out of it, and he's been fighting those different gremlins with that vehicle, but it looks like he got everything squared away because he's doing an excellent job putting the car where it needs to be, staying nice and wide through his outer zones, and just putting really an excellent lead run there, shooting for that high qualifying score. But here we go, back down track and switch positions. Matt Shulman almost on the back bumper of Emerson. He doesn't want to be too aggressive, but he wants to make sure that he can make this victory definitive. Both drivers coming out of that first outer zone. Shulman doing a great job diving in the pocket, trying to apply that pressure to Emerson Noguera as they make their way through the second outer zone. Emerson doing a great job of staying wide there. Both cars flicking in past the final inside clip. Wow, put your hands together for Matt Shulman, Emerson Noguera. Matt Shulman, excellent job in the chase and lead positions. Whoa.
Yeah, like I said, solid performance from both of these drivers. You see Emerson going wide, doing a great job just putting the car right where he needs to be, and then going over to outer zone number 2, Matt Shulman right there, right alongside him. Emerson, though, giving him the room, the ability to actually make that happen, and both drivers just making it through.
Yeah,
great runs.
Yeah. Emerson doing a great job in his drifting career, evolving with the Clutch Kicker Series, but we do have the results. And it looks like it's unanimous. Matt Shulman taking the victory, going to be in tomorrow's top 32 battle. Give it up for Matt Shulman. I know he's excited. He's getting back in the groove, right? He's coming out here. He took care of the issues that he had with that car and able to take home a victory in the top 64. Hats off to Matt Shulman. But Emerson Noguera, phenomenal job. He didn't hand it. He didn't make it easy for him. It really could have been anybody's game, but unfortunately, one man must win, one man must lose.
Indeed.
The only one.
And we're going to go back to the one more time battle between Hurt and Sasha.
I mean, we're almost done here. I don't think there's maybe 2 more battles left after this one more time. So, folks, we're wrapping up the end of this top 64 battle. Like I said, log on to Clutch Kickers /100K Drift Series. You can check out the bracket. The bracket is going to populate. Keep refreshing it. But right now, I want you to focus on the track. We have Sasha in the lead position. Hurt going to give chase. And they go down the track. Both cars drag racing down the straight. Both cars flicking in aggressive. Sasha very aggressive in that lead position. Staying nice and wide. Hurt doing a great job getting in that pocket. Diving into the attack. Being very aggressive. Holding it together. Both cars flicking in to that second outer zone. Hurt shallowing up. Oh, I don't know. Sasha doing a good job filling out that second outer zone. Hurt's got to gain proximity. He does close that gap again. But, maybe not a huge mistake. But I want you guys to focus on the beginning of the second outer zone. It looks like that's where Hurt might have lost the advantage.
Right, exactly. And then as we look back at the replay, You see, again, the late initiation from Sasha, but it's causing him to land the car right where he needs to be, on the outer edge of outer zone 1. But then Hurt just having an issue again with outer zone number 2, just falling on the inside way too much. But most importantly, Hurt didn't lose drift going into the inner clip number 2.
Sasha really playing fire, right? He's dangerously close. Start of the initiation. I mean, he's doing such a great job of just putting the car where it needs to be. But here they go as they work their way down the track. Hurt out in front. Sasha can apply that pressure as both drivers make their way. Hurt very shallow through that first outside zone. But Sasha standing right there with them. Both cars making their way through the infield and into the second outer zone. Sasha not too far back, about a car or so. Hurt doing a much better job this time of filling out that second outer zone. Both drivers pass that inside the final inside clip and off the track. Oh my goodness.
I mean, no clear advantage. I mean, you see both drivers making mistakes. Although we'll say that Hurt just needed to be out wider on outer zone number 1. Sasha there right alongside him before the attack as they transition over. Both drivers looking pretty good up to that point, but outer zone number 2, Hurt falling to the outside of outer zone number 2. Sasha right there, and
I don't know, man. It's close.
It's close.
It's close, right? So, but like I said, it could be only one. One man must go home. One man will advance on. Who will it be? Will it be Hurt in that Juku Performance R32 Skyline, or will it be Sasha Prospero in his red Nissan S14?
Yeah, so we're taking a look at a side-by-side replay of both of these drivers. So you see Hurt on the right, on the inside, Sasha on the outside of outer zone 1. They transition over. Pretty good there. Outer zone number 2. That's where there's a distance difference there between both of the drivers. But again, it's issues with both, and there's no clear-cut winner.
Yeah, hats off to the production crew able to provide these side-by-side replays for the judges to be able to utilize.
Right.
So it looks like we do have a winner.
And Sasha
Prospero is going to advance on. Unfortunately, Hurt is going to have to call it a weekend. Sasha Prospero is going to move on to the top 32. He's got some areas that he needs to work on, though. That he's really dangerously close to that initiation cone, right? I mean, he doesn't want to have a simple mistake of initiating just a little too late to come in the way of his way of victory. So hopefully he has a picker or some kind of spotter that's going to give him that advice,
right,
utilizing crew member as a spotter to be able to gain knowledge of what your performance is. So if he doesn't have somebody tell him, I feel like I should go tell him.
But on the contrary, it's causing his car to land where he needs it to be. That's on the outer edge of outer zone 1.
He zeroes out his run before it starts.
That's
he
true.
can put the car in all the right spots, but unfortunately, it's not going to edge him out. But here, he was able to take care of business, and he's going to advance on the top 32. Next up, we have Ryan Acevedo. Some of the locals know him as Ryan Avocado, doing a great job, showing consistency, longtime competitor of clutch kickers. He's going to be doing battle against Julian Carmona. Julian out here in that, he's rocking a G35 sedan, I believe, right?
Yeah.
All right, another driver, I believe, from the Dominican Republic out here representing and doing a good job. Throwing down with all the big dogs, clutch kickers throughout the years. Here we go, Ryan out front, nice aggressive entry. Pressure's going to be on Julian to close that gap as they make their way through that first outer zone. Ryan doing a great job, throwing some good angle coming out of the first outer zone. Julian, can he close that gap? In proximity, but look at Ryan. Ryan's doing an excellent job in the lead position, filling out the outside zone, putting on nice angle, nice smoke, good commitment. Julian. Whoa, what happened?
Whoa, contact right at the end of Ryan Acevedo. I don't know what happened, but he just went straight into the wall, exiting the course. I hope he's okay. Really unexpected. We did not see that happening.
Wow, you see Julian right out of the car to try to lend aid to check on Ryan Acevedo. It's a testament to the camaraderie between competitors. But of course, the emergency staff right on the scene.
Oh, sounded like a hard hit.
Oh, here we go, right.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, what an excellent run he had. Oh my goodness, that's not good.
Oh,
Definitely not good. He was coming in hot, doing a great job in the lead position, and just a testament to Julian running out there, checking on his competitor. I mean, that's amazing. That's awesome. That's one of the things. That's one of the reasons why I love the sport. Is just the drivers. I mean, we're there for each other, right? It's competition, and we're going at each other, wanting to take each other out. But at the end of the day, we all want to go home safe, and we want to have some great battles.
wow, that was unfortunate. I mean, and I was looking over it. You hear the impact, and then you see it happening. You just can't believe it.
Right. And it's after the start, so it's coming out hot, really trying to be aggressive, trying to put down the run he needs to in order to edge out that victory. Just unfortunately, coming out, of course, just way too hot. A lot of angle, he just shallows up and just locks him up right into the wall there. Brian Acevedo, hopefully he's okay. I don't know if we get a word from him, make sure to check on him, make sure he's okay. Oh, man.
You think it's possible that there was so much smoke built up on the inside of the cabin that may have obstructed his view?
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. As we were watching that replay, it did look like the inside of his car was fogged out. So I don't know if he had problems seeing. But as you can see, the damage there, taking it on that front passenger corner of his Ryan Acevedo's Nissan 350Z. He's been in this car battling out ever since Clutch Kickers started, right? I mean, he's been a faithful competitor, coming out battle after battle, event after event, trying to take home that #1 spot. Unfortunately, putting a great performance down, putting the car where it needed to be, but just coming out too hot, causing him to collide with the wall. Ryan, is he out of the car? Or is he still in the car?
Yeah, I think he's out of the car. So he does have the option to call 5 minutes. He has the tools, the parts to be able to put the car back together. We may see him out, but for all we know, it could be the damage so extensive that it may not be repairable.
Right, because I mean, in damage like this, you know, the wheel damage, not a big deal. I'm sure he's got plenty of wheels in the pit. But how much damage to the front end of that suspension take? Did he snap a coil over? Is it just a tie rod? Did he bust a control arm, right? All these parts, I'm pretty confident he has the parts in the pit, right? So now he's going to have to utilize that 5-minute timeout, like I mentioned. Get the car up on jack stands. Basically, they're going to start the clock, and it's going to be go time.
Right.
So, you know, there's a good chance. Hopefully, we can get a camera in the pits to watch him make the repair. And there's a good chance you're going to see other drivers come to the aid of Ryan Acevedo in order to make that repair, so he can go on to the next half of the battle.
And then the other question, the uncertainty of it is that, sure, you can go ahead and get the car back together, but will it drive the same?
Right. I mean, the alignment is an integral part of the setup for these drivers. One of the things that a lot of drivers were talking about is how they've been messing with their alignment. But that tire moved pretty far back. You can see how it's pushing back on that. I mean, look how far back that wheel is. That's pushing back on that side skirt. So he definitely sustained some damage. But not only that, say if he does get the car repaired, is he okay? Right? Did he sustain any injuries in the collision that would just prohibit him from being able to continue on? So it's going to be interesting to see. Not the way somebody wants to win the battle, but nonetheless, this is what we do. It's racing. As you see, there's Ryan there. He's in the rescue vehicle. They're checking him out, making sure that everything's okay. Seems to be okay, but hopefully we'll get a word on the status. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us today on the live stream. We are just about done with the top 64 battles, but as you can see on the track right now, Ryan Acevedo is getting cleared off. We're going to go ahead and cut to commercial and allow some time for the crew to clean up. So don't go anywhere. We're almost done.
My name's Alec, Honadale. I'm from Destin, Florida. It's a little bit more up north. This is the car I brought out today. It's a Nissan S14. It's got a Golem-built 427 with the Magnuson supercharger. I've had this car for like 7-8 years. We ran Pro 1 with it for a few years, and now we've just been doing clutch kickers. You know, when it first came out, there's nothing really paying out for us. You know, this stuff ain't cheap to do, especially at a high level. Obviously, the payout's good. You meet a lot of new people. It kind of gives the grassroots people a good chance to compete with the Pro 1, Pro 2 guys and see how they would stack up. The first round definitely wasn't the best one to come out with. Our clutch was slipping the whole event from Friday to Sunday. They realized there was a reservoir that wasn't allowing the clutch to bleed. And then we also realized, because last season we went through like 8 transmissions, so our bell housing was just slightly off. So we put a new bell housing on for this round. So as a lot of you have seen, we're in the works of building a 350Z. It's an LS, it's going to be NA with nitrous. It was supposed to be done for round 1, as a lot of people are having issues right now getting parts. That's been our biggest kind of factor in it not being completed. It should make around 600 to 700. So I'm excited. It'll be a new car. I think with the payout of clutch kickers, it brings a lot of people in. You really wouldn't have 75 to 80 drivers coming out if there wasn't a decent payout. I think a lot of these guys know you're not making anything off the payout. It goes straight back into the program. But it is nice to kind of offset the cost of the weekend. I like having different layouts because each round you don't get accustomed to. You kind of have to change your style. Everybody's got a different strong suit of what they're good and bad at. I personally like banks a lot. I think it separates the boys from the men a little bit. But having an infield, you kind of get the lower horsepower cars being able to compete. But we'll see. I mean, we got 3 more rounds coming up. So I like the idea of switching the layouts.
Hey, fire around here. Get saucy.
Welcome back. At the line, you see Savio Silva, Drift HQ, going to battle against Tyler Berry. Tyler Berry is the higher qualifier, so he will lead first. Savio Silva going to give chase. And away they go. Tyler Berry making his way down the straight. Savio Silva right there with them. Both cars working their way into the first outer zone. Whoa, Tyler Berry way inside, causing Savio to make a correction and follow that line. So let's see how these guys finish off the rest of the track. Tyler Berry doing a better job trying to stay outside towards the second half of the track. Savio doing a great job staying right there with them. The car looks like it's dialed in. Right there with them. Good job in that chase position from Savio Silva. The Drift HQ, Tyler Berry.
Yeah,
that first outer zone, not too pretty.
Right, and his mistake was just initiating too early, and then it just so happens that he just hugged the inside so much, dropping a tire on outer zone number 1. But for the rest of the way, Tyler Berry was looking good. Savio Silva, great job of mitigating those mistakes from Tyler Berry, and works his way throughout the course with no major issues.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Savio not too long ago before we got back to the event. He said he was struggling with some alignment issues, but after watching his chase run right here, whatever issues with alignment he had, it looks like he got him dialed in, because that was a great chase run by Savio Silva with the Drift HQ Nissan S14. Tyler Berry, Savio both locked and loaded. Tyler going to give chase, trying to utilize the big slight rolling start. Here we go. Both cars making it down track. Savio and Tyler throwing it into that first outer zone. Savio definitely a better job attacking that first outer zone from the lead position, as Tyler. Wow, Tyler diving in for the attack. Inches away during the transition. Tyler's got to try to apply that pressure to Savio. Savio doing an excellent job maintaining composure in that lead position, but Tyler trying to apply that pressure. Savio Silva not shaken. Stirred.
No, definitely. Stirred, but not shaken.
Stirred, but not shaken.
Indeed. So we're going to take a look now. You see Savio, again, much better job initiating a little later, but falls midline right where he needs to be. Better job, Tyler Berry on his chase position. But look at that, inches away on that transition. Tyler Berry, though, making a bit of an adjustment, going into outer zone number 2, but then goes back in on the attack. You see, as they go into interclip 1 right there, side by side.
Savio's got to be happy with his performance in the top 64, because he's had to fight through some mechanical gremlins, but doing a great job. But look at Tyler in the chase position, doing an excellent job. It did cause him to almost straighten out.
Right.
Nonetheless, Savio, excellent job. Hats off. We don't just love watching you drift, we love eating your food. Savio is one of the best cooks at the Clutch Kickers Drift Series. If you don't know, now you know. Definitely just hard-working man out here doing battle. It looks like all his hard work might just pay off. Can he edge out that victory over Tyler Berry? It seems like it is possible, right?
Indeed, so we're taking another look at the replay of the previous run to see Xavier Silva right there on the outer edge of outer zone number 2, transitioning there and almost making some contact. But Tyler Berry, again, is just major correction on his end going into outer zone number 2.
You know, it's great to watch some of these drivers, like I mentioned earlier, Matt Shulman, having a battle with mechanical issues, and then everything come together and the driver be able to put on that amazing performance. And I think that might be what happened today, and it is. It looks like Xavier Silva is going to go ahead and take the victory over Tyler Berry. Xavier Silva advancing on to the top 32 of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, live from the Freedom Factory. But I do believe we still may have...
We're still waiting word on Ryan Acevedo. He took the 5 minutes to fix his vehicle, so it's a matter of figuring out if he's going to fix it in time, because if he can't, that'll be the end of Top 64.
Right.
If he can, then you may see the other half of the battle.
Yeah, so you already see
and
Julian out there, and look like he's going on the track.
Yep.
Is that an official word?
Looks like it.
I can say yes.
So Julian Carmona is going to take this by run. It's practically a victory lap. And this is going to go ahead and finish off top 64.
Yeah, finish off this top 64 of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Good job. Unfortunate, we don't want to see competitors get taken out like that, but folks, that does it for this top 64 battle of the Clutch Kickers Round 2, Season 3 of the $100,000 Drift Series, brought to you by BC Racing, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal, ECU Master, Haltech, Champion Race Oil, Ignite, Drift HQ, Kansei Wheels, Tire Streets, Fuel Lab, Doucheworks, and Radium Engineering. Guys, thank you for joining us here today. We look forward to you tomorrow. Log on to baldeagle.com. Don't miss the action. Top 32 tomorrow at the Freedom Factory in Bradenton, Florida.